Good morning. Are you there in Carson? Oh, they don't look ready. We just have people standing.
Oh, they're just standing.
We have a frozen screen.
Is it frozen?
Yeah.
Hello, Carson, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Okay, and when you look at yourself on your screen, is your screen frozen or are we just seeing that?
It looks like we are frozen.
Frozen.
Okay, well, would you indulge us a minute and see if we can address that for a second? So give us just a minute and we're gonna be consulting with IT. Okay, so just for my fellow commissioners, we see the audience in all of their glory,
there
and
we
now we see you. So thank you for that. Thank you for fixing that. And at this time, if everybody's ready to begin, today is Thursday, July 24th, and this is the time and place set for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of July. If you could please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you tell me if our agenda has been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, at this time, I would like to remind anyone coming to either podium in Carson City or Las Vegas, we ask that you speak directly into the microphone, that you speak as clearly as possible, because this meeting is being both transmitted electronically and it is being transcribed by a court reporter. So Madam Secretary, if we could please proceed with the first agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Anyone who wishes to address the commission may do so at this time. Matters brought to our attention during public comment cannot be acted upon. But we are happy to hear the comments of the public as well as any comments from my fellow commissioners. Comments by all will be limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If any of my fellow commissioners or myself ask any questions of the public, the time needed to address those questions will not be held against those time constraints. If you have any handouts or copies of your comments to provide, please do not approach the dais with them. An enforcement agent will come and grab them from you. I will first go to the Carson City. Is there anyone present who wishes to make public comment? Please step forward to the podium.
There appears to be none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Here in Las Vegas.
Good morning, Ira Dianan for the Culinary Union. The U.S. agency in charge of federal labor law enforcement obtained text emails between station casinos executives and directors in response to a subpoena in one of the largest labor law enforcement actions in U.S. history. An example are emails between station casinos' former chief operating officer and the former general manager of Green Valley Ranch about creating a mud list from GVR. We know station casinos executives ordered supervisors to create mud lists during the pandemic to keep track of which employees were pro-management, M, pro-union, U, or don't know, D. Among nefarious purposes, there is evidence that stations use these designations to vet employees who had lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic to determine whether they should be rehired. It is illegal for an employer to discriminate based on union preference when hiring workers, but mud lists were used for other reasons as well. On July 3rd, 2020, at 11 a.m., the COO sent an email to the GM stating, I shared your thoughts following in footsteps of Palace and Boulder. Has your team prepared a mud list for GVR? If you have and would like Senior Vice President of Corporate HR and me to come over next week to meet with you and your team to discuss next steps, let me know, and we can get something scheduled. A few minutes later, the GM wrote back, yes, that would be great. We have not prepared a mud list yet. With a busy holiday weekend, we will get one completed by Wednesday next week. The COO answered, sounds good. Do you want me to schedule something for late next week or wait until you confirm you have the list? At the very time that GVR's general manager was expressing his desire to follow in the footsteps of Palace and Boulder, Station Casinos was orchestrating a campaign at those properties to solicit employees to sign anti-union petitions. It would later use these petitions to withdraw recognition from the union. The federal government alleges in the ongoing ULP trial, Station's actions was illegal. The mud lists were entered as a key piece of evidence at the trial. You should ask yourselves, during the middle of the pandemic, when Nevada workers were literally dying, why would the chief operating officer of a company that your agency regulates think it was necessary to solicit a list of gaming employees' sentiments about unions? Why would that COO push for a meeting about the next steps pertaining to that mud list? You have the authority to investigate whether this company is adhering to the high standards necessary to operating a gaming enterprise in our state. You should do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to give us your statement? Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you state your name for the record?
My name is Cassiano Corpus, spelled Casianocorpus. I have worked at Palace Station as a casino porter for 33 years. I am a union committee leader inside Palace Station, which means I talk to my coworkers and organize them to fight for a union contract. The reason I became a union committee leader was so that I could provide a better life and a future for my family. I want to have a better pay, a pension, and a better insurance. Station Casinos does not want to give us what we're asking for. Every day I go to work, I'm afraid because I don't know which day might be my last day. We only want Station Casinos to respect the daily struggles of us employees and to sit with us at the negotiating table and sign a union contract. Thank you very much and God bless.
Thank you. Are you going to give us your comments? Oh, so we have them all? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else present who wishes to make public comment? There being no one else present to make public comment, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Commission disposition June 2025.
I believe each of us has had the opportunity to review the disposition. If there are no questions, I believe it is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move for approval of the prior month's disposition.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the non-restricted consent item.
Your item on the non-restricted consent agenda this morning is item number 5. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
All right, my fellow commissioners, we've had the opportunity to review this item. The appearance of the applicant was waived as he was most recently approved in September 2024 for registration as a trustee and beneficiary of the Viper Gaming Trust in relationship to its ownership interest in Terzetto. And so I believe, and we had a maybe 17-page investigation report. We've all had the opportunity to go through it. If there are no questions or comments, I believe it's in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move for the approval of non-restricted item 5 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 All right, and it appears there are none opposed. All were in favor. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the restricted, one moment. Restricted consent items 3 through 6.
Your items on the restricted consent agenda this morning are items 3 through 6, and the recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
All right, these are the consent items from the restricted agenda. We've all had the opportunity to go through them. Are there any questions or comments, or do one of my colleagues have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of restricted items number 3 through 6 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in the new game consent item.
Your item on the new game consent agenda this morning is item 1. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
We've all had the opportunity to go through the materials related to the new game on the consent agenda for this item. Does anyone have any questions or comments? There being none, it appears that this is in proper form for a motion. Do any of my colleagues wish to make a motion?
Madam
Certainly.
Chair, oh, go ahead. Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead. Sorry, Judge.
Madam Chair, I move for the approval of the new game as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And it appears there are none opposed. Thank you. That brings us to the non-restricted items held out for discussion. Madam Secretary, if you would please read in non-restricted number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Brandywine Gaming LLC for registration as a holding company. It is also the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook for a non-restricted gaming license, including a racebook and sports pool, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering. You also have the applications of Boomers Sportsbook LLC doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Casino Valle Verde Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Casino Valle Verde, and Boomers Sportsbook LLC, doing business as Boomers Sportsbook, doing business as Ellis Island Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, doing business at Ellis Island Casino for a non-restricted gaming license, racebook and sports pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Village Pub Management, Inc. and Fame Operating Company, Inc., doing business as Ellis Island Casino to receive a percentage of gaming revenue as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the applications of Joseph Asher and Brandywine Gaming LLC for licensure and/or finding of suitability as a sole member, manager, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Chair Tagliati, if I might, I wish to disclose that Mr. Scherer has previously served as my personal attorney in various matters, but I conclude the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. I therefore intend to fully participate in the consideration of this matter.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to call this matter forward, and if the applicants can step forward, my intention is to let the commissioners in the north address the applicants with any questions they may have first, and then if I have any or Commissioner Silver has any, we'll follow up at the end. So
good morning. Good morning, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer of Brownstein Height Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the applicants Boomers, Brandywine Gaming, and Joe Asher. To my right is Joe Asher. Mr. Asher has shortened his presentation from the board meeting, but he has about a 12-minute affirmative presentation. If you would be willing to hear him, I'd like to turn it over to him for that presentation.
Mr. Sheriff, if you could just hold on 1 second. I have a question for our IT folks. 1 moment, please. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. We were staring at the commission while you were talking, and we'd prefer to look at you.
Thank you.
We see them all the time.
Again, so Mr. Asher does have a brief affirmative presentation, about 12 minutes worth. If you would like, if not, we're happy just to go to answering questions.
We're happy to hear his presentation, and we're very grateful that you're with us today, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, members of the board. My name is Joe Asher, and I am the President and CEO of Boomers Sportsbook. With your approval, Boomers will become the newest sportsbook in the state of Nevada. Boomers is seeking a license for a non-restricted gaming operation, including a racebook and sports pool at the commercial casino in Elko, and to operate satellite race and sports books at Ellis Island in Las Vegas and Casino Valle Verde in Henderson. If we are licensed, as the board unanimously recommended, we intend to open for business in Elko next Friday, August the 1st, and a few days later at Ellis Island and Valle Verde. If I may, I will start by telling you a bit about Boomers, the corporate structure, the team, and the opportunity that we see in the marketplace. Boomers Sportsbook LLC is an entity that is 100% owned by Brandywine Gaming LLC. I am the sole member and manager of Brandywine Gaming and own 100% of that entity. Boomers is capitalized with convertible debt, and the list of investors and the amount of their investments is in the report. I greatly appreciate their confidence and trust in me. My capital investment in Boomers is through the Boomer Drummond Trust. That is our family trust. My wife, Cynthia, and I are the co-trustees. I have had no more stalwart supporter in my business ventures than Cynthia. In case you were wondering, Boomer Drummond was a harness racehorse who came down from Canada and became a top older horse in the U.S. for a period back in the 1980s. Cynthia and I got a rescue dog in 2008 and named him after the horse. Boomer the dog had a great run. He lived for 17 years before he passed on Thanksgiving Day last year. So that's where the name of the business comes from. Through Brandywine Gaming, I have complete control of Boomers from a legal perspective. This corporate structure is similar to the structure that I used for Brandywine bookmaking. With respect to my personal background, I have worked in the sports betting business for 17 years now. I started Brandywine bookmaking in 2008 and sold it to William Hill in 2012. I was then appointed as the CEO of the William Hill U.S. business at its inception. I held that position until the business was acquired by Caesars in 2021. After taking a few months off, I joined IGT as the president of sports betting and held that position until 1 year ago. I have been granted the privilege of a non-restricted Nevada gaming license 4 times and was approved a few months ago as a minority equity interest holder of Stockman's Casino in Fallon. Now I would like to talk about the Boomers team. It is without question the most talented team ever assembled for a venture like this in the state of Nevada. I don't know how many people here have been to the Sphere to see the Eagles show, but the band is comprised of several key members of the old band, along with some newcomers. And so it is with Boomers. Dave Grohlman is here in Carson City today. Dave used to be in charge of the retail sports book operations for William Hill, and then Caesars, and most recently with Fanatics, and is a well-known and popular figure in the Nevada sports betting industry. And he is our Senior Vice President of Sportsbook and Customer Support Operations. Our head of trading, Nick Bogdanovich, is perhaps the most well-known bookmaker in Las Vegas and has had a storied career for over 30 years, including at the Old Binion's Horseshoe, Mandalay Bay, Calneva, and with William Hill, where he was the head of trading from the very first day in 2012 until the sale in 2021. Most recently, Nick was at Circa, and I'm grateful both Dave and Nick quit very good jobs to join me again at Boomers. Nick's number 2 at William Hill, Adam Poland, is back with us at Boomers, as is one of Dave's top operations guys at William Hill, Dave Lichterman. Another key member of the William Hill team is also back with us at Boomers. Debonique Blackburn is our Senior Vice President of Human Resources. Most recently, Debonique was working with Gary Ellis at Ellis Island and his other gaming businesses, and I'm grateful that Debonique wanted to join me again and that Gary gave his blessing for me to hire her away. Sean Odell is here today. Sean is our controller. He was the controller at Brandywine back when it was sold to William Hill. He stayed on to work for William Hill for a while, but then left the industry. We've stayed in touch, and I'm glad that Sean is ready to get back into it. I'd like to spend a few minutes talking about some of the new band members. Andrew Patterson is our Vice President of Mobile and has worked for a number of sports betting related companies, including OpenBet and most recently with the Sahara Bets venture. Andrew's family owned the famous Las Vegas sports consultants business, so his roots in the sports betting world run deep. Desiree Reed is here today. She recently left Circa to become our Director of Marketing, and what a great find she was. Des is working super hard and is playing a big role with us. Next, I would like to introduce you to Gina Cervone, our Vice President of Legal and Compliance. Gina's here as well. One of the things I learned from starting Brandywine was that it's important to have a lawyer on staff at the start of a business like this to help with the myriad of legal issues involved. When I wanted to find that person for Boomers, a friend told me about Gina, a Boyd Law School graduate who was working for MGM Resorts at the time. Gina became teammate number 1 late last year and has done a terrific job. A.G. Burnett has agreed to serve as our Compliance Committee Chair, a position he held for William Hill during my tenure. And as was the case when we worked together before, I will also seek AG's advice on many other issues as well. If we are granted a license, Boomers will become Nevada's only independent sportsbook. And what I mean by that is ever since Caesars bought William Hill, every sportsbook in Nevada is controlled by a casino operator. If you own a casino and do not want to operate your own sportsbook, there is no independent operator you can partner with. We think there is room in the market for an independent operator, as William Hill was before it was acquired by Caesars. Someone casinos can partner with for sports betting, but who is not a competitor to their core business. As I will discuss further in a moment, we will meet the predicate license requirement, but our business will be a race and sports wagering business. That's our focus, and we will not be a casino operator. We think there is also room in the market for a new sportsbook at the business-to-consumer level. As you know, in Nevada, a customer must go into a retail sportsbook in order to open a mobile account. That is consistent with the long-standing public policy in this state of encouraging investment in brick-and-mortar casinos. And to be clear, this business would not exist but for the in-person sign-up requirement. Having a network of retail locations at which customers can sign up for mobile and deposit and withdraw money from their accounts is a convenience customers appreciate. In some parts of the state, like Elko, my old friends at William Hill literally are the only game in town. They have 100% market share. It will be good for customers to have another option so they can shop the price on the game they want to bet. Hopefully, that gives you a sense of what this business is about. If I may, I will turn to the applications before you today. First, the commercial casino in Elko. In order to operate a network of satellite sportsbooks in Nevada, a company must first have its predicate non-restricted gaming license. Brandywine had its predicate license at the old High Desert Inn in Elko. The commercial casino, which is located in the heart of downtown Elko, is no longer being actively used as a casino, but has maintained its non-restricted gaming license. I go to the horse races at the Elko County Fair over Labor Day weekend every year with my son Carson, and it was there that I learned that this license might be available. Boomers has obtained the rights to the gaming license, subject to your approval, and is leasing a portion of the property in which we have built a sportsbook. We intend to operate a manned sportsbook at the commercial 7 days a week. Once we are open at the commercial, we would then have the right to operate satellite sportsbooks as well, assuming the board and you approve those applications. Our first customer was Gary Ellis, and I am so grateful for his support. Gary owns Ellis Island and Casino Valley Verde, along with other businesses. If you haven't been to Ellis Island lately, it's well worth the visit to see what Gary and his daughters are doing with that property. I'm grateful that Gary was willing to end his agreements with William Hill and sign up with Boomers. And with your approval, we would open at Ellis Island and Valley Verde a few days after we open at the commercial. We will offer a full menu of sports wagers, as well as register customers for mobile accounts at each of these 3 locations. We have 2 other sportsbook applications pending with the board and are in active discussions with other casinos to operate their sportsbooks as well. We will be using IGT's Play Sports platform and hardware. Obviously, I have some familiarity with it from my tenure overseeing that business. The system is approved and currently in use by a number of operators in Nevada. We will have our own customized betting app and have been working closely with IGT on some enhancements that we think will improve the customer experience. That version of the app was approved earlier this week by the Gaming Control Board, which we appreciate, and we look forward to it being in customers' hands soon. We know that we have a lot of work to do, but I feel good about where we are and look forward to getting Boomers open for business. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Appreciate that excellent presentation. It's like you've done this a few times. So I will ask my colleagues to, in Carson, to ask any questions you may have.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I'd have a few questions, if I may. Chair, Mr. Asher. Nice to see you again, Mr. Asher. I think it's been 7 or 8 years since we were in Mr. Goldstein's office at the Venetian. Quite a long and storied background over the last 10 years for yourself, certainly, in your organization. I smiled a little bit listening to your presentation, of course, the Gaming Control Board, but even now in front of us, when you actually referred to my friends at William Hill, and I would question, you think you still have any friends left there? You've cleaned them out, and it sounds like you don't have many friends left in Circa either. But having said that, congratulations for as referenced in the Gaming Control Board, the excellent team that you've put together. I was interested in one or two things that you had mentioned that concern our industry as a whole. The first one was this business of sign up play, and you had referenced how many people then go, at least, and I wondered if you had any metrics, then go and play the machines. I mean, it was a general statement, but I wondered if there are any presumptive metrics that support that kind of theory.
Yeah, Commissioner, I don't know of any specific metrics, but the public policy has been to encourage investment in brick and mortar casinos, and in reliance on that policy and the regulations as they are, people have made substantial investments into race and sports books, and in this case, this business. As I said in my comments, the business wouldn't exist except for the in-person sign-up requirement. There would be no point of doing it. There's anecdotal discussion around people coming into the sports book, playing the machine, eating in the restaurant, doing something else on the property, depositing, withdrawing funds, and then having that money to use elsewhere on the property. But I'm afraid I don't have any specific data for you.
Fair enough. I mean, I suspected, but you also alluded to these predictive markets and the predictive market organizations. And I wonder if you could opine on that a little bit more. Of course, it's a sensitive topic for our Gaming Control Board and our whole industry, but do you have any general thoughts you'd like to share with us about that?
Sure. Look, as a general rule, I am of the view that any form of gambling should be regulated. And regulated for real, not with theoretical regulation. Okay, and I come to that position because of a lifetime around gambling. My father introduced me to gambling at a very early age, and he had a gambling problem. He was a compulsive gambler, and it caused great damage in his life. And so I have seen on a personal level the harm that can come from gambling. Any sort of unregulated gambling, I think, is antithetical to the public interest, and I'm strongly opposed to it. The idea that somebody can have this hypothetical right to offer essentially unregulated gambling or gambling supposedly under the auspices of a federal agency is inconsistent with the longstanding policy in our country that gambling is essentially a matter that's regulated by the states. Okay. Now, this idea that predictive markets allowing wagering on sports are permissible under CFTC regulations, that probably would have been a great surprise to the Chief Justice of the United States during the PASPA litigation, or my old friend Ted Olson when he was trying to come up with arguments as to why PASPA was an unconstitutional statute. Seems as though everybody was asleep and sports betting was legal all along, but under the auspices of the CFTC. That to me doesn't make much sense. So I'm always in favor of gambling being something that is regulated, should be regulated at the state level. That's been historically the practice, unless Congress makes a very clear and explicit decision otherwise. But whether it is this predictive markets or other form of unregulated gambling, I'm opposed.
So well articulated, and thank you for your forthrightness. Last question. You had mentioned also in the Gaming Control Board that you saw the horse racing world, the landscape, changing in the future as we're going forward. And I wondered if you could get a bit more color on that? Changing the landscape in what way? What do you foresee in the future?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So Nevada, up until very recently, has had this requirement that race books must get the results of a horse race from a licensed disseminator. And this requirement goes back to the days when casinos first started offering wagering on horse racing, and there was no video transmission of the race. And so a disseminator would literally have someone at Del Mar or Saratoga or Santa Anita, and that person would get the results and then call into the disseminator and tell them what the real results of the race were. Made perfect sense. Fast forward 50 years, you can see the races on TV, right? You can get the results easily on the internet. And it was always an odd thing that in my William Hill days, we could watch the Super Bowl on TV, for instance, see what the result was, enter that result, and pay millions of dollars in wagers to customers. But we couldn't do that for a horse race, right? We couldn't do that. We had to get the result from a disseminator. And so what this requirement did is it created an artificially high cost structure in Nevada. Because there was a licensed disseminator, he had costs and wanted to make a profit, and that led to higher costs for the race books. The legislature repealed the disseminator requirement, along with making some other changes during the most recent legislative session. They have reduced the licensing investigation required for a provider of essentially tote services, the pari-mutuel wagering technology that allows for people to bet into one single pool and then have the winnings calculated and paid. And as a result of those two changes, that should lead to a lower cost structure for race books in Nevada, which may then make it possible to offer pari-mutuel horse racing at more locations than is presently economically feasible. Still has to play out through the regulatory process. I understand that Judge Assad has been very helpful to the industry in trying to deal with these issues. And so it's still too early to determine the ultimate effect of it, but it gives some help, and certainly is a reason why we've sought the pari-mutuel license at all of these locations. Even though we don't intend to offer pari-mutuel racing when we start, it's something that we're definitely going to keep an eye on as we go forward.
Well, thank you for that explanation. Very, very interesting. And definitely, I wish you luck, Mr. Asher. We look forward to August 1st when you launch, but I will have no hesitation in supporting your application with your very ethical and honorable background in our industry. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, if I might,
Please.
Mr. Asher, Mr. Scherer, thank you for being here. And thank you for your presentation, Mr. Asher. I love the name and the you honoring your dog and your late horse, or the horse as well. Obviously, your reputation precedes you, and you have an exemplary record in the industry. You've contributed to the industry in many ways. I have no pause supporting this application because of your involvement and your background and your contributions. I think I've said in prior proceedings, this whole notion of having a one slot machine or a little 50 square foot casino just struggles, to me, is inconsistent with the public policy encouraging investment. If it's a newcomer coming in and wanting to, that really hasn't contributed to the state, and all of a sudden wants to set up, a shop in a bathroom closet size facility. Yours is a little bit different, again, because of your background, your prior contributions to the state, the number of people that you're employing. But I'm still not completely clear in my mind how this one slot machine operation is going to work. How is the drop happen? How does the audit happen? How are the minimum control standards effectuated? So if you could maybe touch on that a little bit.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So we start with the statute, as you alluded to, has the requirements for the predicate non-restricted license, and it is one or more slot machines, and that then allows us to have a race and sports book. This was part of the Gaming Control Board's investigation, and we walked through where the machine's going to be. There's the internal control procedures that deal with the drop, and our employee will be the one to do the drop. There's oversight regarding the movement of funds, from the machine to the count, and then how the revenue from the machine is calculated. And so, we've been very thoughtful in making sure that we satisfy all the requirements. What I would say in response to the broader question around the public policy is, I think that once you meet that predicate requirement of what is in the statute, clearly the public policy is for competition. And as I mentioned, right now in Elko, there is no choice for sports betting. It's William Hill or you can bet on the black market, but the only legal operator for folks up there, and I use that as a for instance, there's other places as well. Ely would be another. The competition and giving folks a way to access the legal market in a competitive manner, I think is a positive thing to be introduced into that market.
And I don't disagree. I think the competition is very healthy, and I think there obviously is an appetite for more competition even in the larger markets. So I'm satisfied with that, and I am fully satisfied you're meeting the predicate requirement. It just seems to be, not in your case, but in other cases that have come before us, it seems to be an end run, with people that aren't necessarily, don't have the experience, the financing and such. I believe and trust in your representations that, all of the predicate requirements are going to be satisfied. I mean, you've done that for eons of years in Nevada. So I have I guess I was curious about the specifics. I mean, how many employees do you have are you going to have in that one facility in the commercial casino?
In Elko, depending on the time of year, it's going to be 2 to 3.
2 to 3. Okay. Yeah.
Right. And then there's, to give an example of some of the things, there's also a part-time employee who currently works in that building at present, who's going to be the second verifier that would be required for some number of functions, either a count or a jackpot, something to that
And
effect.
that's mainly the things I was questioning. I'm like, well, how are you going to have any separation of function with one employee or 2 employees? Because obviously they're not going to work 24/7 or they're 7 days a week. So I was just not logistically, I wasn't envisioning how it was going to happen in terms of having the required separation of function. So
Yeah. Understood. Yeah, there's a woman who happens to work in that building who somebody introduced us to in town as somebody who would have the capacity to pick up extra work, and she'd like to earn extra money to support herself and her child. And so it's sort of a good situation for us. Obviously, she'll have to be a gaming registered employee, and she's going to be registered with the board to do what is necessary to do. And then, we have the under Dave's leadership, the rest of the team in the operations department. And obviously, early on, they'll be spending quite a bit of time up in Elko to make sure that we've got everything going the right way. But there's a lot to the Elko operation as well, right? For instance, when the mobile app is available, we've got to make sure that you can sign up for it only in our space and not in some other space on the property or outside. And so we've been working on dialing down the beacons to make sure that we satisfy that requirement, as an example, among many others.
Okay. All right. And obviously those small communities need as many jobs as possible. So, a little bit larger operation would make me a little more comfortable. But again, I mean, I get it. You're starting out and you've been a great contributor to the state. And I trust that, as business allows, I mean, hopefully you'll be able to add a little bit more to your hub facility. But I don't have any other questions. That was basically the big crux in my mind, is getting that cleared up of how this is all going to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Tagliati. Mr. Asher, great pleasure to see you. Those 4 previous licensing exercises, I don't think I was here, so it's a pleasure to find you. Mr. Scherer, always a pleasure. And to the dream team behind you, you know, it's always nice to measure people and business models and opportunities by those you surround yourself with. And, you know, there's the new team, you know, stellar, you know, but the former team, you know, they have their own bona fides here, and for them to pay tribute to you in this opportunity by leaving well-paying jobs, I think was your line. And it's a tribute to you too. And, you know, good on you and for what you're doing. I appreciate Commissioner Solis Rainey's comments, but I suspect with that one machine, you know, that's not making money. You are complying with the law. It says 1 or more and 1 counts. So that's why you're doing it. My colleagues have discussed some of the items that I wanted to hear, but one is with the AML. I think you had mentioned, you know, we keep going back to alcohol. And by the way, you know, I'm the rural guy here. I mean, lived in Clark County, but I'm somebody who spent a lot of time in every one of our counties for a quarter century. So when I hear the Elkos and Winnemuccas and rural Nevada, I just smile. And I too go to the horse races just about every, you know, Labor Day weekend out in Elko, and it's just a joy. And, you know, I appreciate that you have that same, you know, vision and, you know, part of your soul that finds all of that enjoyable and a worthy pursuit. And I think you've, just like I did to my children, you've indoctrinated the next generation by bringing your son regularly. But I think you mentioned that you have a person who has handled AML issues in Elko for, you know, decades, if you will. But could you talk about it? You know, it's been a topic of conversation, but whether it's Clark County or Elko County or, you know, White Pine, you know, these are issues that we have to address. So if you can just talk about your AML procedures and protocols, please.
Sure. Thank you for the question and for the comments. So Gina previously worked in compliance at MGM and under Stephen Martino, who's a great friend of mine. Gina's hired somebody who also has a long experience in and around AML. He was most recently working for Sightline. There are other people who have experience in this regard as well. Sean, who's here today, was the controller at Brandywine and then worked at William Hill for a bit before he actually moved to Elko and left the industry for a bit. But he's got a lot of experience around this as well, and then some other people in the office. And so, you know, there are written policies around it. Obviously, there are the federal requirements around CTRs, suspicious activity reports. There will be a SAR committee that will review any reports of suspicious activity and then decide which ones should be filed. And then, of course, you know, we have Scott and AG as well for any questions or things that arise. Right, during my tenure at William Hill, the federal requirements and making sure that you're following them usually take care of most of it. But then there are ultimately, you know, the judgment calls that come up. And certainly my attitude then and now is that every customer is important, but no customer is that important. And so if there is some question about the bona fides of the customer or his source of funds, then I think if you've done investigation, you can't get comfortable around it. You have to be willing to walk away from that customer. I think it's a lot easier to do, frankly, in small organizations than it is in these you know, big multinational companies where you're dealing in many different currencies and many different languages and time zones, and it's much harder in those than it is on a Nevada-centric business with people who have experience around that area. But ultimately, I think it just comes down to this fundamental precept of, if you can't get comfortable with the source of funds and knowing when you have to start to investigate and understand those source of funds, then you've got to walk away from the customer.
No, I actually wrote down your comment, all customers are important, but no customer is that important. I think that's a good mantra and put it on a t-shirt. I know you're different critters. You walk in here with your business model. Will you actually have a compliance committee or just, okay, so, and that is Mr. Burnett and possibly.
Mr. Burnett, myself, and then Dave Grohlman, our Senior Vice President of Operations, will be our committee, and AG would be the chair of it
Where do you reside primarily?
in Las Vegas.
And, you had mentioned in your presentation, the proprietary betting app. Could you talk a little bit about that? I know it's not been released and I don't want you to give away, state secrets here, but, if you're looking to be different than others, could you just describe your approach and how you're doing it?
Sure. So the app is owned by IGT, right? We're licensing their technology, but when we started working on this project and decided that we were going to work with IGT, which was sort of always the heavy favorite given my background there, and the fact that it's now in the capable hands of Joe Bertoloni. But we started working on some things that we thought would make the app better and things that they should do, and especially around the sign-up flow, to allow people to sign up easily. And so the new version of the app definitely has a much more simplified and registration flow for the customer to use. We're also focused around promotion and how do we get people to sign up for our app. Nevada is a very mature market for sports betting. If you want a sports betting account in Nevada, you already have at least one. And so we've got to give you a reason to get off the couch and go over to Ellis Island, for instance, or go to the Commercial or go to Valley Verde and sign up for the app. So the way to do that is through an attractive sign-up offer, and then we've got to communicate that to folks who are geographically proximate to be able to do it, and then come up with something that we think is going to be attractive on an ongoing basis, and we feel real good about what we have planned for the football season in particular. I mean, one of the reasons I'm so appreciative that the board was able to place this matter on the agenda for July is it allows us to open August the 1st, which is just in advance of the football season. So we have a couple weeks to get things in place before we get into the busy season. But that's exactly when you want to open a business like that, like this. And it's a time when customers are paying attention, and maybe they haven't been betting over the summer, but now they're ready to come back for football season.
No, and you beat me to the punch, but I know it was discussed at the Gaming Control Board level, and I think Judge Assad, but Agent Burke and others, and certainly under our chair and board colleagues, we try to help. We're here to see you succeed. There's a regulatory role and oversight, but we want this to be successful. So it's just nice to see when the regulatory process can do its job thoroughly, but still deliver a product and a recommendation to the commission in a time frame that accommodates the new season, especially as you launch this new business, which I think again is a wonderful addition to the portfolio of gaming opportunities we have in Nevada. Mr. Asher, I've so appreciated your comments. I don't know if you profess at academic institutions and things, but many of your comments are textbook-like, and they would be great lessons, whether it's in person, registration for gaming, and whether it's the disseminator comments. You just have a gift of being able to express in a simplified way some of the most important fundamentals of gaming in our state and the unique aspects of it. But with your cast of characters in a wonderful way, and I'm excited to watch what you all do in the months and years to come. It's been, again, my pleasure to see you and meet you and hear you now, both on tape and live here in person today. But you are a tremendous credit and almost iconic figure in this industry in Nevada. Thank you for making this the place you do your things, and I'm thrilled to support your application today. Godspeed to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
This is Jennifer Togliatti. First of all, I don't have any additional questions. I just want to say, I'll echo the comments of my colleagues as far as your incredible representation of the industry and your articulate phrasing and just kind of summaries of kind of public policy things that are really important to us that I find fascinating. But I think it speaks very well to you and your reputation. I think it supports your reputation. To hear you talk about, you know, kind of public policy considerations of the industry, and then, you know, within 5 minutes of knowing the personal circumstances of the one lady that will be working in Elko, I just think that's remarkable and impressive. And so you're obviously, you know, from the 30,000-foot view to the weeds and everything in between, it's impressive. I support this application. I wish you the best of luck, and I will pass it to Commissioner Silver.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry. I would just echo, sorry, the comments of my colleagues, and thank you for coming here today and the presentation. I really enjoyed your analogy to the Sphere and the Eagles as far as your new team. And I just look forward to what your new team's going to do for Elko, Ellis Island, Casino Verde, Valley Verde, and all the other clients that you're looking to pick up. So thank you again for being here. I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Scherer, I can't see you, but do you have any other comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to say again, thank you to Ashlyn Burke and the Investigations Division team and for their professional work on this and for getting this through the process in a very efficient manner. We really appreciate her and her work.
So at this time, it would appear that this non-restricted number 1 is in proper form for a motion, and I would ask one of my colleagues, it appears Commissioner Silver is prepared to make a motion.
Madam Chair, I'd move for the approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, with the conditions also as stated by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
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 And so if all voted aye in Carson City, then there are none opposed. Thank you very much. We appreciate it again for being here and your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, could you please read in non-restricted number 2?
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of Stefan Kren for finding of suitability as a member of the Executive Board at Novomatic AG, PTC. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Nevada Gaming Commission, members of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Madam Secretary. For the records, my name is Sabine Stoppel, Stoppel. I'm head of Group Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. Also present with me is Stefan Kren, member of the Executive Board of Novomatic AG. Participating via Zoom is Michael Rohrecker, legal counsel, who is representing Novomatic AG in the ongoing investigations in Austria in case the Commission has any specific questions. Stefan Kren was appointed to the Executive Board of Novomatic AG in February 2024. Appearance today is to respectfully request approval for Stefan Kren's application for finding of suitability as a member of the Executive Board of Novomatic AG. And as it's Mr. Kren's initial appearance before the Gaming Commission, he would like to briefly introduce himself.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, the commissioners, dear board members, dear Madam Secretary. I'm delighted to be here today. Of course, it's exciting. It's the first personal application for finding of suitability. And therefore, I want to just very briefly give you an insight into my previous life. I was born and raised in Austria, a small country, as you know, in Europe, with 3 older sisters in a very hardworking family. And after school, I completed my military service. And after that, I started with studying law at the University of Vienna, because Commissioner told me also studied in Vienna. So it's nice to hear that even from the US, we have people who studied in Austria, yeah, this small Austria. I completed this much later, namely in 2014, because of my professional career. I made a break during my studying, but I used that and studied in that time business administration, which I also finished with a master's degree. Well, my professional career started in the Austrian Parliament, being a parliamentary staff member in the year 2000 when there were elections. And it was a very, very interesting time, because supporting the plenary sessions where the law were made for this country, and also having the opportunity to learn a lot of these processes. After that, I switched to the private sector, started as a consultant in a business and legal consultancy where I worked for 10 years. One of the clients there were also from the gambling sector, namely Novomatic AG. So I learned this company to know during being an employee in this consultancy firm. And in the year 2015, I received a very thrilling offer from Novomatic to join the company directly, serving there as a general secretary. Of course, this was no question for me, and I accepted this great offer and joined the company. I was then promoted in 2020 to serve as an authorized representative and became a director. I then became a board member of supervisory boards of several subsidiaries. And in the year 2023, I was appointed as managing director of one of our important subsidiaries. And as Sabina said, in the year 2024, I was appointed as being a member of the executive board of the Novomatic AG. And this was also the start of the licensing process, where I applied at the Nevada Gaming Control Commission for the finding of being suitable. And now I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I will look to my colleagues in Carson City. Do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Mr. Stoppel, Mr. Kren, thank you for being with us here today in Carson City. The one question, a big question that has just raised its head consistently through your testimony in front of the Gaming Control Board, and even as I've read all our materials and I'm familiar with some of this background with Novomatic, how involved, and perhaps you could encapsulate the response in a brief precede version, but Mr. Harold Newman's behaviors, activities, involvement in the organization has raised a lot of legal question marks. And I wonder if you could explain to me how, if at all, you are close to that situation or entirely divorced from it. And I understand there's a lot of investigation going on at this time. Can you elaborate just?
No, I think this is a legal matter, and probably Michael Roecker, the company's lawyer, can give you a precise answer. Basically, as I'm a self-studied lawyer, I can give you an overview. This is meaning, as always, you have individuals in the company, yeah, who is involved or not involved. Fortunately, it came out from 4 to 5 investigations that there were no ground for investigation. They were already withdrawn for good. There's one remaining issue.
What?
We are expecting that also to be withdrawn. I never personally have been a suspect in this whole cause, to answer your question. But may I pass over to Dr. Roecker, who can give you a much more detailed answer to that.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
You're welcome.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, dear Commissioners, Madam Secretary. Good morning from Vienna. Thank you very much for letting me participate again in the Nevada Gaming Control Commission. To answer that question, as you know, Novomatic AG has constantly reported about the investigation proceeding. It started in 2019. And yes, Harold Neumann was in the center of the suspicions that were raised in connection with the Novomatic AG. But as Stefan Kren already pointed out, the prosecutor finally closed 4 of the 5 investigated items. There is one item left that includes Harald Neumann, but this item includes him not as CEO of Novomatic AG, but as member of the supervisory board of a different company. And the allegations are not directly linked to Novomatic AG, but only via the person of Harald Neumann. In that one remaining item in this major proceeding, the prosecutor already proposed to also close the file. But the second instant prosecutor asked them to investigate specific questions a little further. As I can see from the file, but that's my opinion, it is not decided yet. These investigations have also been finished, and my expectation, or at least my hope, would be that also this last item will be closed by the prosecutor. That's the current status of this investigation proceeding. It still is in the investigation phase. It is not a court criminal proceeding, but the preliminary investigations by the prosecutor.
Thank you for that clarity, and we will wait and see. I appreciate your assurances, though, and please know that at no stage was I implying, Mr. Krenn, that you're involved, as much as that gentleman's name pops up all over the place with Novomatic in every single legal thing that we have looked in our materials. So thank you for the clarity. Good luck with your application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krenn, for being here. I just had just a couple questions. Tell me a little bit about your role. What are your responsibilities as a member of the executive board?
Yeah, thank you, dear Commissioner. We are 3 board members in the executive board, and you have to have in mind that Novomatic AG is the holding company of approximately more than 200 subsidiaries. And together with my colleagues, I'm in charge and responsible for ensuring that on the one hand, the business strategy is carried out, and of course the business model works out. On the other hand, we are monitoring our subsidiaries and are responsible and ensure that all laws and regulation are observed. And we are also responsible to issue company guidelines and policies that guarantee that we comply with all applicable laws in all the countries we are active. And as you know, Novomatic is active in more than 100 countries. Of course, our core markets are European markets, big markets like Germany, Italy, Spain, and so on. And yeah, that's the main task. Then, of course, we have divided the responsibilities in terms of areas, and I have 7 areas where I'm directly responsible, and that's the global human resources, more than 20,000 employees. So this is a big issue, of course. Then the group legal department, the property management and facility management for the group compliance, which also covers AML and anti-corruption and data protection issues, the whole group marketing, product marketing and communication departments all over the world, and the group ESG. This was a topic at my hearing in front of the board. This is a very European matter because of several European laws and directives. Therefore, we have an own department and group level and several managers there in our countries we are active, because we have to fulfill and report it to the Commission.
Doesn't sound like there's much left for the other 2.
You're right, Madam Commissioner.
What's the time commitment to that? Is this a full-time position, or is it more akin to a board position where you meet only several times a year?
No, it's a full-time position, and as you said, Madam Commissioner, it's really a dedication. I'm very proud to have the chance to serve in this position, but it's a position that means you have left time for other things. Yeah.
What's tell me a little bit about the other company that you're involved with. I'm going to butcher the name. Parapetia.
That's a former company which I found. It's a consulting company in the field of business and communications consulting.
So you're not doing that at all anymore. Okay.
When I entered into Novomatic, I quit all operative work and jobs. and there would be no time for that, frankly speaking.
And I just noticed I misread that. I read it as concurrent employment with your current one, but it was with your prior one. So
Exactly.
no apologies for that. I didn't have any other questions. I mean, obviously we're concerned of the status of the investigation, but we've received frequent updates. And I know I'm satisfied with what we've heard. So I don't have any questions, and I will pass it on to my colleague.
Thank you. Guten Morgen, grüß Gott.
Grüß Gott,
Willkommen,
guten
Herr
Morgen.
Krenn. Truckucky factoid, yes. I took 2 junior years abroad in college, and one of them was in Vienna at the University of Vienna. And it was one of the great joys of my life, and still regularly go and visit just because it's one of the great cities on the planet. But it made me smile. I think I was there significantly before you were. But it's
well,
but I bought many Stadtoper tickets. That's the only thing I could afford, and the Wien Philharmonic and the Stadtoper. Well, welcome. I love your past. I love how you have grown organically, if that's the term to use, inside the company. You've earned your spot and into the executive committee. Or any of the executive committee members, you said there were 3.
Yes, right.
Are any of them on the supervisory board as well?
No, this is separated. The supervisory board in an AG, according to Austrian law.
So it's different than German law. German law allows that. In fact, it's regular. So
You're
you
right.
differentiate between the 2.
Exactly. So the executive board where I'm a member of, this is the managing board who operates the company, and the supervisory board is separate and really does only supervise whether we in the executive board comply to all laws and so on. Yeah, but they do not make business decisions.
Very interesting. I like that. It's interesting to see how different countries do different regulatory schemes for their companies. And I don't know if we need Mr. Rodriguez for this, but you all still report, I think, quarterly to the Gaming Control Board.
correct.
Any
Yes.
updates?
Yeah, the last report was filed on the 4th of July.
Yeah, and has been made very clear. I'm sure you, as we are, fatigued of having that discussion every time we see somebody, but we have to as part of our due diligence. But can you confirm? Well, nothing's happened in the past 2 weeks with that last public prosecutor effort, but we do hope it concludes by the end of the year, maybe in December. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, we
Yes.
can confirm that. We would report it, of course, immediately ad hoc, because that's also part of the compliance plan that, by the way, was carried out together years ago with the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Yeah, and based on that, it would be our obligation to immediately report to you some news regarding the investigations.
And again, it's in the written material, and said it, you have 7 departments that report to you. You report directly to the supervisory board?
Yes, so to say, yeah, that's also by law, I'm free in all my decisions. So they must not give me any direction.
Yep.
They only can supervise me if I'm comply with the law. So this is a specialty by law. So yes, I report to them, but they must not give me any orders.
It's almost like an internal audit role. Do you have internal audit as well?
Yes, of course.
Could you discuss the Ainsworth investment, and does that touch you in any way? I mean, you're a
Of course.
marvelous company. I think 26,000 people around the planet. I've heard 50 countries or 100 countries, but very serious footprint around the planet, including here in Nevada. But how do you touch Ainsworth on a daily basis?
Well, we are, as you know, a majority shareholder of Ainsworth with approximately 53%, 52.9% going back to 2018. But nevertheless, Ainsworth is a stock-listed Australian company. So therefore, they also act very free in their daily business operation. Yeah. It's also the reason in the law, so we cannot directly influence them. Yeah. Of course, we are majority shareholder with some shareholder rights, but this does not mean that we can step in and give them orders in their daily business. Yeah, they have an independent board there and they make the decisions. So therefore, in our daily life, it's one of more than 200 subsidiaries we have. Yeah, and probably this was also the reason why we made the decision that there would be a great opportunity for both companies if we fully consolidate Ainsworth into Novomatic AG. And therefore, now there's going on the scheme arrangement. Yeah, and this is an ongoing process. Yeah, that's ongoing. The next step is that an Australian court will approve whether the scheme booklet, and if it's approved, then it will be made publicly available to the shareholders, and that's the basis then for a scheme meeting where the minority shareholder can vote in favor or against the scheme. Also, this scheme meeting, the schedule for that is something the court will decide when it will take place. As far as I'm informed, this could be in the end of August, beginning of September, but of course subject to court decision. And then when this scheme meeting took place, we know whether the scheme goes through or not.
Interesting. And your financials is fully consolidated, so those balance sheets are part of your master consolidation statement?
Sorry, can you repeat the
So your
question?
consolidated financial statement incorporates directly?
Yeah, because we have more than 50%,
Yeah.
but with fully consolidating, I mean getting 100% in order also to can take control there. Yeah.
And who's your external auditor?
At the
Deloitte.
moment, it's Deloitte.
Deloitte. In Vienna?
They are based in Vienna. Yeah.
Well, and I do want to give a shout out. You know, many of us in this room or on this dais or down south, we spent time doing our public service. We feel it's important. And, you know, I've had some strange jobs as a state employee in Nevada, and one of them was hanging out in our legislative building for about 8 years doing strange things. But, you know, it's anyone who, you know, subjects themselves, especially as a young person. I think that's a great way to understand how things work, how laws are made and how it's governed. It's just very important to have that grounding. You know, government plays an important role, and certainly even more so, you know, in Europe and in Austria. But I applaud your background. Again, I think your journey through Novomatic has been exemplary. They do too, because they've rewarded you with these opportunities. But I'm delighted to support your application today.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
Sir, Jennifer Tagliati in Las Vegas. I don't have any, I just have one brief personal question. Our investigation materials show that your spouse is a senior executive, and I'm not asking where she works or any company or whatnot. I'm just asking what industry, what field?
In the field of business and communication consultancy.
Got it. Okay. Sorry if it's, you may.
You're welcome, Madam.
That may have been covered elsewhere, but I just missed it. I apologize.
Of course.
Again, I don't have any additional questions. I support your application, and I'll simply consult Commissioner Silver and see if she has any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's funny because I had the same question of where was his wife a senior executive, and it looks like from the investigative report that it's Perpetia GmbH, which was also listed. Is that what we're talking about? Just wasn't connected in the investigative reports.
That's correct, Commissioner Silva.
All right, thank you. And the only other, I was just curious, maybe this is a better question for Mr. Roger. I probably didn't say his name correctly. Rohiger, your legal counsel. I was curious. I know that this has been going on since 2019, this investigation. I'm just wondering with that last possible case or count, is there a statute of limitations in Austria in which they have a certain amount of time in which to file that indictment that we're looking at with Novomatic?
No, there is no statute of limitation. As soon as the investigation begins, statute of limitation is interrupted, and there is no period within the prosecutor has to finalize the case. So it's an indefinite period. He could take as much time as he wants. In some cases in Austria, We have investigation proceedings that go on for 15 years. But in that case, the file looks as if they have also finished the last item, but still have to do the formal steps to pass the final decision. That can take a couple of months, but I wouldn't expect that it would take another 2 or 3 years. So rather the final decision could come this year. I mean, this is only an estimate that I can give, but I don't expect a few additional years.
Thank you. I appreciate your insight on that. Well, I just want to again concur with all my colleagues as well, and just say, Mr. Kren, you're qualified beyond for this, and I really appreciate your presentation today, and I fully support your application. So thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, do any of my colleagues have a motion?
I do. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary. Number 2, excuse me, may I just correct that? For the poor court reporter, Ms. Tina, scratch last. Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert, and as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed.
Thank you.
I'm being asked to take a comfort break at this time. Thank you very much. Safe travels.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 7 to 10 minute restroom break and reconvene at that time. Thank you.
Okay. Just, oh, we've done 3 and 4. Oh, I just did 2. Sorry. Why am I losing my place? Okay, I am on 3. Oh. Excuse me. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so we are back from the break, and is our court reporter good to go? 'Cause I can only see the commissioners right now.
Yes, we're good.
Okay, so we are back on the record, and I'm going to ask you, Madam Secretary, to please read in non-restricted number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Brandon Smith for licensure as a key executive and key employee at Cactus Pete's LLC, doing business as Cactus Pete's Resort Casino. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Kelsey Banu with the law firm McDonald Carano. I'm appearing this morning on behalf of Cactus Pete's LLC, DBA Cactus Pete's Resort Casino. With me this morning to my left is the applicant, Mr. Brandon Smith. The application before you is for the licensure of Mr. Smith as Vice President and GM of Cactus Pete's. We would like to thank Agent Nick Mullenkamp and Supervisor Eric Kaufman for their wonderful work on this application. And with that, if I may, I'll have Mr. Smith briefly introduce himself and then open the floor to any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Good morning. My name is Brandon Smith. As she said, I am the general manager at Cactus Pete's in Jackpot, Nevada. A brief history. I know, thank you guys for letting me be here. I know you watched the video from when I was here earlier, but just as a reminder, this is my 20th year coming up at Cactus Pete's. I started out in casino operations for a number of years, moved on to marketing after that. I was fortunate enough to advance with the company to go to Ameristar Council Bluffs in the same company, but was able to go over, be the vice president of marketing there for 5 years or so. Fortunate enough that my old boss, Sherry Summers, who'd been the general manager at Cactus Pete's for 20 plus years, she retired last year, and I was lucky enough to get to come back to the great state of Nevada and get out of Iowa. No offense against Iowa, but I like it Nevada a little bit more. And so happy to be back here. Been here a little over a year and over everything going on in the town of Jackpot, Nevada. So it's been pretty wonderful.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you today. I'm not going to have any questions for you today. I had an opportunity to review all the investigation materials and watch the meeting, but I'll be interested to see if my colleagues have any questions or comments, starting obviously in Carson.
Mr. Smith, Ms. Van Nu, thank you for being with us. I have no further questions than your revealing hearing with the Gaming Control Board.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Right.
Goes sometimes. Okay, there it goes. I didn't have any concerns at all with respect to your background. You have great experience, and I'm glad you're back in Nevada. What's your biggest challenge in Jackpot as far as business goes?
Right now, it's been staffing. You know, there are, of course, positions. We're fortunate. We are at a property that has been there. We're coming up on our 70th anniversary next year, so we're getting ready to celebrate. And we have some team members who have been there 40 plus years. So that is wonderful. But there are, as in our industry, just a number of positions that continually turn over. And that is one of the things. It's hard to get to Jackpot. We get people from Twin Falls. You don't accidentally run into that town. You really got to want to come there for our guests and also our team members. So getting that team down there and finding the right people is always the challenge. So,
well, the benefit is that they stay for a while.
that is the truth. We a small town, but housing, we actually own housing in the town that we run, a general store we run, and several other aspects of Cactus Pete. So it's kind of interesting. But yeah, we do what we can to keep our team members here. We even run buses free back and forth from Twin Falls every day just to get them to come down. So it makes a difference.
Great. Like I said, I didn't have any concerns with your background or with the application. It seemed pretty straightforward. So, but I do appreciate
Wonderful.
you being here and being able to see.
Of
it in
course.
person.
Mr. Smith, welcome. Ms. Van Nu, always a pleasure to see you. Your presentation in front of the control board was compelling. You bring a lot of energy and joy to what you do. I was going to ask about how people commute, or if they do, from Twin Falls, if you carpool on 93 or not.
Yeah, it's
but
about
it makes a lot of sense, but it's less than an hour, but it's just desolate driving.
You know, a boring drive makes for fine, good podcast, and it goes by pretty quick. So we do, yeah, the commute back and forth, it's not too bad. At least it's an easy drive and the traffic is minimal without a doubt. So we got about half of our team members are in Twin and then half are in Jackpot. So yeah, mostly it's pretty simple, I think.
And you don't have to reset your watch. Jackpot's one of the few places in Nevada that keeps mountain time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still trying to get Google to understand that. We are working on getting that official, not just recognized, but the commissioner in Elko, Sean Burt, is going to help us do that. It inevitably makes for an error every once in a while whenever we have a show and the start time is 8 and they show up at the wrong time. And so it continues to be a problem, but we're working on fixing that.
I learned that the hard way. I mean, Nevada does observe Pacific, but
us in Wendover, we need to
West Wendover and McDermott.
Yes, and McDermott. That's right.
Don't leave them out. No, it's could you talk a little bit about your rooms and I know you've got 415 rooms, no AML issues and things, but I just, you're here, you've made the trek, capital improvement or the property is where you want it. Is there investment that's going to happen or status quo serves you all well?
No, not status quo. Definitely moving forward on a few bigger projects. One of the ones I just got an email on this morning, we're expanding the pit a little bit more, giving more space for our guests who are coming down, but also adding a couple more tables. We're also going to be switching our non-smoking area and our current VIP high limit area so that we can put our best foot forward in our what will be our new high limit area. The current high limit, current non-smoking was in the old buffet. We haven't brought back our buffet at our property, but we have turned that area into more of a quick serve option. But then we put non-smoking gaming in there. But now we're going to do another switch back and forth. So that's exciting. As I said, the property is older. And so some of the decor and the colors and such need to be updated. So we're working on this there, bringing out some of that more contemporary design onto the casino floor, which has been a process. I am also working with DNC at Penn on a hotel potential remodel all throughout the tower. So that one hasn't been done in about 19 years. And so we have a model that Penn is putting into the Hollywood Aurora property. So if we can get that in the next year or so, that would be a tremendous asset improvement for our hotel.
I think it would be huge.
Yeah.
You know, I appreciate that. No, I'm delighted to support your application today. What a great, addition you are, not a new addition, but just part of the enterprise, and good luck to you, and delighted to support your application.
I appreciate
today.
that.
Thank you. I did watch your presentation with the board, and I'm very impressed with your role and your past experiences. So I'm really happy to support your first gaming license here in Nevada. Thank you again for coming.
Appreciate it.
At this time, I would ask one of my colleagues, it appears this is in proper form for a motion.
Madam Chair, I would move for approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Congratulations, Mr. Smith. It was a pleasure meeting you today. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications by Truckucky Gaming LLC to receive a percentage of gaming revenue as noted on the agenda. Recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval, and I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Yes, at this time, while I do not believe there is a conflict warranting recusal, I make this disclosure in an abundance of caution. My daughter's significant other started working for Caesars Entertainment 3 weeks ago. He is not in a management position. And therefore, I conclude that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would not be materially affected by this relationship. And because this is not a clear case of a disqualifying conflict of interest, I am going to be participating and voting in this matter. Well, we're still good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso, and I'm here on behalf of Truckucky Gaming LLC. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Kelly Moxley, who's Vice President of Finance and Administration for Truckucky Gaming. As you know from your materials, these are requests by Truckucky Gaming to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from the racebook and sports pools operations at the majority of their casinos that are operated by William Hill Nevada 1 and William Hill Nevada 2. If there's any questions that the chair or the commissioners may have, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
We have this on for that very purpose, and so I would ask my colleagues in the north, do any of you have any questions?
I did not.
I don't either, but I feel badly if we've made you come all the way without asking questions. So I'll think of one while my colleagues in Las Vegas have their turn.
I'm sorry, we sometimes can't see the commissioners, so I don't know if Commissioner Marcantone has said anything. I didn't hear anything. Do you have any questions or comments?
I actually declined with any further questions, Chair.
Thank you. I didn't hear it. I apologize. Okay, Commissioner Silver?
Thank you, Chair. No, I didn't have any areas of concern here at all. So we'll wait to hear from Commissioner Krolicki, I guess.
Yes, well, the way this works is open meeting laws prohibit us from discussing the matters in advance and only in the most clear of cases, because we can't turn back the hands of time, and we certainly don't want to continue anything to a different agenda. Matters are left on in case there's questions by commissioners that I wouldn't know about because we're not discussing it in advance. So Commissioner Krolicki, what's that question that you wanted to ask, or the comment you wanted?
I've been struggling, but I'm for like the first time in my gaming commission career, gonna go questionless. But again, watching the presentation in front of the board, fully satisfied with the answers. It's all straightforward, clear cut, wonderful company, and I support the application.
We're very happy to be here and not answer any questions.
Exactly. So I'm glad we all see this as a positive. It's perfect. So there being no other issues or concerns, do any of my colleagues have a motion to be made?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move for approval of non-restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Controller.
All right, any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much for being here, and we appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Parkway Management LLC for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is approval.
We have appearance by Zoom, I believe. They're connecting as we speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Kenna Warner.
Hi, Ms. Warner. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. Do we have Antonio Reyes?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for being here. And I'm not sure if Mr. Fine was coming in by Zoom.
He is coming in by Zoom. I know he was
Well,
having a difficult time with his connection. Is he there?
That's okay. You know, he's been here many, many, many times. This is really about you two.
Oh,
and
okay.
Getting to meet you and speak to you. So we appreciate that. I'm going to ask my colleagues in Carson City, do either one of you, first of all, I was going to give you the opportunity, Ms. Warner, to introduce yourself and make any statement that you wanted to make. Otherwise, I can ask my colleagues if they have any questions for you.
I'm Kenna Warner. I'm the vice president of the company, and I don't have any prepared statement, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
That's fine. I just want to give you that opportunity.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments for Ms. Warner?
I do, Chair.
Please.
If I may start, first of all, thank you for being on with us, Ms. Warner, and Mr. Fine, if you are on as well. You know, Mr. Fine seems to appear in front of us almost on a minimum of a quarterly basis. A remarkable track record in our industry. And of course, one of the things that so have impressed me about your organization and yourself, Ms. Warner, Mr. Reyes, is the length of service that you've all had with Mr. Fine. That actually starts at the top. So a big shout out that Mr. Fine deserves, and all of you. Ms. Warner, is it right that Ms. McKenna, it's 8 years, I think, Mr. Reyes, 8 years, something like that, both of you?
Yes, sir.
That is correct, yes.
And you're almost the babies, right? Isn't there somebody who's accused who's been there 14 years? And that's beside the point. The fact is, having that kind of longevity in your type of organization is extraordinary. And I want to recommend Mr. Fine and all of your leadership team for the whole purpose that we listening to, you're standing in front of us today, where Mr. Fine is making sure that you all have and interest in the success of the organization. So that even as Mr. Fine's words were close to, in the event of a liquidity event one day, you would all, as long-serving and loyal team members, would also benefit. I've had the privilege of working with some leaders like that in my long history, but it is very impressive to see that this philosophy exists not just in some major casino resort organization, but also on the ground troops and an organization like the one Mr. Fine have created. So I wanted to place that on the record. I certainly will have no hesitation in recommending this today, but as my friend on the far right from the north would say, good on you, Mr. Fine. Thank you, Chair. That's all I wanted to place on the record.
Okay, do any of my colleagues have any questions for Ms. Warner?
I don't.
All
have any
right, I'm going to
questions.
move, oh, I'm sorry.
I don't
Commissioner
have any
Solz, Rainey,
questions.
Rainey, I can't
Sorry
see
about
you,
that.
so.
I don't have any questions, but I echo Commissioner Marcantonas's comments. I commend Mr. Fine on recognizing his staff, but also commend his staff on being loyal employees for so long and working hard to the point where you now have skin in the game. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And Madam
Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to pile on here, and I'll include Mr. Reyes in the conversation as well. You know, we've had an example earlier today about, you know, team and folks who've been together a long time, or, you know, getting the band back together. Terrible phrase, but, you know, but it's just nice to see Mr. Fine extend the fairness to all of you and the incentives and you back on him. You know, we often see corporate folks commoditize head counts, and you know, it's hard, you know, especially when you get big, and totally get it. But being a small company and enterprise or smaller, I just applaud Mr. Fine for taking the approach he is in terms of rewarding and incentivizing his team, and for the team to seize that opportunity and serve loyalty in the interest of the company. So those are my only observations, echoing certainly what the Gaming Control Board said and my colleagues have said today. But it's important to put it on the record, and I fully support the application in front of us today.
So if
Thank you.
either one of you have his cell phone number, feel free to text him and tell him not to worry about it. Like we
I will do that. I will do
Right?
that. Yes.
It's
Absolutely.
really
Tell them
about
it's a split vote.
just the opportunity to get to see you and meet you both, and we appreciate it. And I don't know if Commissioner Silver, I don't mean to cut you off. If you have any questions, otherwise I would call for a motion. All right. Do any of my colleagues have a motion?
Certainly, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I move for approval of non-restricted item number 6, as read into the record by Madame Secretary, Ms. Nicole Rupert. And thank you. As a,
Yeah.
And-
Again, oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
sorry, leaving out the fact that as recommended by Nevada's Gaming Control Board.
Thank
Sorry.
you. I'm sorry I cut you off. Okay, we appreciate you being here. As first-time licensees, we usually meet all of those. So thanks for zooming in. And at this time, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you.
Thank you
Vote.
so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, guys. I apologize.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, we're done.
I'm kicked off.
It's okay. We're done. We
I
really wanted to meet your
apologize.
new folks, the new licensees. You're old news.
I apologize. I was doing something for my family, and
Don't need to apologize.
I thought I could make it out on that last break.
It's okay.
I want to thank you guys. I want to thank the board. I want to thank the commission. And Scott Widmar was an amazing agent. He helped us out immensely. And again, I can't be more apologetic.
No, please. We just wanted to I mean, not that we don't love seeing you, but the opportunity to meet Ms. Warner and Mr. Reyes as new licensees for the first time. It's exciting, and you missed all the accolades that everyone gave you for recognizing your employees and their commitment to you, and you giving them skin in the game, and just, you missed all the love.
Well, thank you.
Is in order. A payback would be in order, Mr. Fine.
Yes. And you missed the approval. It's been approved.
Oh, great. That's
All right.
amazing.
Thank you so much. Have
Bye,
a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So Madam Secretary, if you could please read in non-restricted number 7.
Unrestricted number 7 are the applications of Empire Technological Group Limited doing business as Ruse Gaming Global for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, and to issue a stock option to Jeffrey Evan Harris as noted on the agenda. You also have the applications of Lin Yi Fang and Ti Hui Chu for licensure as an officer, director, and/or shareholder as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Chair Tagliati, if I can incorporate by reference my disclosure in item number 1 regarding Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you. All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, Commissioners, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing today on behalf of the applicants, Empire Technological Group Limited, Mr. Lin Yi Feng, and Ms. Ti Hui Chu. As you know, or may not know, but Mr. Feng goes by Frank and Ms. Chu goes by Terry, and that's how I'll refer to them today. Mr. Feng is with me on my right. Ms. Chu is in the audience, along with other executives of the company that I'll discuss, and some of them will be introduced as we go along. If it's all right with you, Madam Chair, we have an abbreviated presentation from our presentation in front of the board, but feel that there are still some issues that we should address in an affirmative manner.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Empire and Frank were granted a two-year limited licenses in July of 2023. Empire and Frank, 15 days ago, the Gaming Control Board recommended 5-year limited licenses for Empire, Frank, and Terry. We're here today asking you to grant them unlimited licenses going forward. In the 2 years since Empire and Frank were licensed in 2023, Empire has grown and matured as a company significantly. It has added a strong and stable compliance team and has had an impeccable compliance record. Some of the issues that resulted in the limitation, and in Commissioner Solis Rainey voting no, are encapsulated by Commissioner Solis Rainey's comment that, quote, "I still have concerns about who actually is funding this entity and whether the right individuals are before us," close quote. First, there were concerns about separation between Empire and Paradise Entertainment Limited and its subsidiaries. Because Paradise and Dr. Jay Chun have no management control or undisclosed ownership in Empire, the individuals before you today are the right and proper parties. Throughout the course of the investigation, and I realized the prior investigation might have been rushed somewhat, and some of the records asked for were not necessarily immediately available, but throughout the course of this investigation and in front of the board, we addressed the concerns in detail. After reviewing all of the materials provided, we believe that the investigators and the board properly concluded that Empire is controlled and owned solely by Frank and Terry. We are here today affirming that is the case. Second, with regard to the funding of Empire, there were concerns that the sources of funds were from Paradise or Dr. Chun and not from Frank and his businesses. The Gaming Control Board staff and its has had full access to the records of all of the fund transfers between Empire, LT Game Canada, Frank Feng, Jay Chun, and their various businesses, and concluded that all funding of Empire was ultimately sourced from Frank, his companies, and appropriate third-party financing. Without going into the level of detail in our presentation to the board, we affirm that this is true. Empire's history. Similarly, in our presentation to the board, we discussed Empire's history at length, especially with regard to the confusion caused by the use of the LT brand in the name of various companies, some of which are owned by Paradise, some of which are owned by Frank, and some of which are owned by Mr. Wong. Unless you want us to discuss it in more detail, we will refer you back to our presentation before the board. Despite the use of the LT Game name earlier in its history, at no time has Paradise ever owned an interest in Empire or any of its predecessor companies. That fact was recently made clear when Paradise sent a letter to Frank asserting various claims against Frank and Empire, including a demand that Frank transfer ownership of Empire to Paradise. Rather than hiding that letter or trying to resolve Paradise's claims in secret, Frank and Empire filed a declaratory judgment action in the 8th Judicial District Court to bring Paradise's outrageous claims to light and refute them in the open. As part of that refutation, Frank and Empire demonstrated that the numerous agreements between Empire and various entities owned by Paradise all asserted that they were arm's length transactions and that the parties were independent contractors. Empire demonstrated that Paradise had filed numerous statements with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange explaining the relationship between Paradise and Empire. These filings formally confirmed that they were independent parties and the agreements were arm's length agreements. Paradise subsequently filed its own lawsuit against Empire and Frank in the federal district court in Nevada, and the parties agreed to dismiss the state court action and litigate all of their claims in the federal court. Notably, when Paradise filed its action in federal court, it dropped its claims of ownership of Empire. The majority of the claims filed by Paradise are meritless, and in some cases even frivolous. The court will do its job to judge the merits of each party's claims in this case in due course. Empire is very confident it will prevail on the merits. Jay Chun, the chairman and controlling shareholder of Paradise, is Frank's brother-in-law. He is married to Frank's sister, and Frank is grateful for the opportunities he was given both by LT Game Canada and then to act as a distributor of stadium gaming after he formed his own company, LT Game International. Jay Chun and Paradise were amply rewarded by Frank's excellent work as Frank helped to make stadium gaming successful outside of Macau and enabled Paradise to earn significant revenue from its relationship with IGT. In the early days, the companies and principals, including Frank, Jay Chun, Frank's sister, LT Game Canada, and Empire, frequently advanced funds to each other. Frank and his sister shared responsibility for certain expenses of their parents and would frequently reimburse each other for half the expenses the other had paid. So there are numerous transfers of funds between Frank, his sister, and her husband, Jay Chun. With Paradise in Hong Kong and Empire in Nevada, and with Empire being a small private company, it was frequently faster and easier for Empire to advance funds to LT Game Canada when unexpected expenses arose. These funds were quickly reimbursed when Paradise was able to complete its required processes and send money to LT Game Canada. Similarly, LT Game Canada advanced funds to Empire on various occasions, when Frank needed time to move funds among his various companies and investments. In each case, these advances were repaid promptly, typically in a matter of weeks. 4 of those transfers, totaling just over $1 million, were received by Empire from LT Game Canada and then used for Frank to supplement the funds used to start up another company, F2 TPS LLC. More than half of that amount, $550,000, was advanced on February 18th, 2020, and repaid to LT Game Canada just 8 days later. The remaining $455,000 was advanced on March 5th and repaid 3 weeks later on March 26th, 2020. All of the repayments came from working capital in Empire and Frank's other businesses and from loans that he took out with third-party lenders. To be clear, there were many other transfers back and forth between Empire and LT Game Canada. That was the custom and practice of the two companies throughout most of their history until late 2021. All of those other transfers were unrelated to F2, and all were ultimately accounted for properly, either as short-term cash advances that were repaid, as reimbursements for expenses incurred on behalf of the other, or as payments for products or services provided from one company to the other. Frank increased the separation of the operations of Empire and LT Game Canada in 2017, when Empire leased its own facility on Valley View Boulevard in Las Vegas. In 2019, Empire leased another facility on McLeod Drive in Las Vegas to supplement the facility on Valley View. The impact of the COVID pandemic on the gaming industry caused both Empire and LT Game Canada to seek ways to cut expenses. Empire allowed its lease on Valley View, on the Valley View warehouse to expire and reverted to sharing warehouse space and certain expenses with LT Game Canada, although Empire continued to maintain its separate space on McLeod. In 2021, as the COVID pandemic's impact on the gaming industry subsided, Empire resumed the work to fully separate its operations from LT Game Canada by obtaining its own larger space on Post Road. As Empire has grown, it has matured. It is fully independent and has put in place more formal internal controls and limits on various advances, transfers, and other transactions. While some financial transactions now take longer to process, Empire has implemented better accounting and stricter controls. Since the last time that Empire was before you, it has acquired the slot machine assets of the former Aruze Gaming America. One of those assets was the Aruze name, And since many of the products sold and supported by Empire are products formerly developed and sold by Aruze or by Aruze Gaming America, and because Aruze is a well-known brand name in the gaming industry, Empire filed a new fictitious firm name and now does business as Aruze Gaming Global. The company has over 80 employees in Nevada and approximately 300 employees worldwide. Empire is licensed in more than 150 jurisdictions. The company has placed over 500 units in more than 50 casinos in Nevada alone. And when you add in the units placed by the former Aruze Gaming America, and for which Empire provides service, maintenance, software upgrades, and enhancements, there are more than 2,400 units in Nevada for which Empire is responsible. This is a good company providing a good product that Nevada casinos want. In North America, Empire has sold or leased approximately 2,700 units in more than 120 licensed locations. And globally, Empire has more than 4,200 units in approximately 200 locations. And yet, remarkably, the company has had zero regulatory sanctions. We believe that this is one of the most compelling arguments for not further limiting Empire's licenses today. The compliance team that Frank brought into Empire is top-notch. Nadia Kopian and Debbie West are both previously worked for the Gaming Control Board. They take their regulatory compliance obligations very seriously, and they work tirelessly to ensure that those obligations are met. General Counsel Mark Hettinger has worked for several other gaming companies and understands the importance of regulatory compliance. He has the support of Associate General Counsel Erica Adler, who previously worked for Aruze Gaming America. For a company its size, Empire has incredibly robust legal and compliance teams. Together, the legal and compliance teams proposed and Frank voluntarily adopted a compliance plan and created a compliance committee. Frank has made a commitment to compliance, not just in words, but in the money he is spending to bring in high-quality professionals and put in place strong compliance processes. The Gaming Control Board recommended, and we support a condition that the company have a compliance committee. As I said, it already has one, which it put in place voluntarily. Along with that compliance committee condition, there is a $50,000 revolving fund requirement. So we believe that condition is another reason why the particular limitation in this case is unnecessary. The board will have the tools it needs through the revolving fund to continue to monitor the activities of Empire moving forward. Frank has also brought in a number of other key executives and highly qualified professionals, including CPA Dolores Carroll, Vice President of Accounting, and CPA David Vitullo, Senior Vice President of Finance and Accounting. Ms. Carroll has been an auditor with Ernst & Young and BDO and has accounting experience with 2 different public companies. Mr. Vitullo previously worked in finance and accounting with WMS Gaming and then Scientific Games. Kent Barlow, with his historical knowledge, will serve as a consultant to the company and handles personal finances and taxes for Frank and Terry and their other companies. 2 years ago, the commission gave Empire a chance to prove it was capable of operating at the standard expected of Nevada licensees. And they have done exactly that in exemplary fashion. Frank and Terry and their team have worked hard to address the concerns raised in the prior hearings. They have assembled a team of highly qualified and deeply experienced professionals. While managing a rapidly growing company, they have made sure that regulatory compliance remains front and center. While there are still challenges ahead, we believe they have demonstrated that they are prepared to meet those challenges in the manner expected of Nevada licensees. Finally, we would like to address the board's recommendation of a 5-year limited license. We appreciate the extension from 2 years to 5 years, but would respectfully request that the commission grant licenses without any specific time limitation. Based on the comments of the board members, we believe there are 3 factors that led to 2 of the members supporting the limitation. First is the litigation pending between Empire and Paradise. I'll mention at one point we do not believe that this was a significant factor, as many other licensees have pending litigation, and we provided a detailed analysis to the board and its staff showing that Paradise's claims are largely meritless. The second factor was Terry's lack of gaming experience. While it is true that she has not been involved in the gaming industry for long, Terry has significant other business experience that she will detail for you after we conclude the company presentation. The standard of suitability requires, quote, adequate business competence and experience for the role or position for which application is made, close quote. That comes from Regulation 3.090. Both Regulation 3090 and NRS 463-170 allow consideration of other non-gaming general business experience. Directors of other companies have been licensed with no gaming experience. Moreover, as Terry will explain, her role is primarily to provide oversight and advice. She is not involved in running the business day to day, and we would respectfully submit that Terry's business experience meets the standard of suitability for the role for which application is made. Finally, we believe the most significant factor was Empire's finances. First, I want to reiterate what Frank said at the board meeting. Frank has significant real estate assets that he has already begun liquidating to ensure that he has sufficient cash available to support the company should it be necessary. And Frank is here to reaffirm that commitment should you ask him to do so. We have provided a 2-page confidential exhibit to show Empire's current and anticipated financial performance. On page 1 of the exhibit, after the cover page, you will see that Empire expects, and this is down at the bottom, the line operating income. We have the actual for 2023 and 2024, and then the estimated for 2025. You will see that Empire expects to have positive operating income this year. With other one-time expenses, there will be a small net loss, but Frank and the company are more than capable of covering that loss. Page 2 of the exhibit shows Empire's projected cash flow. Important to note is that the financing payments shown in 2027, those are down again, down in proceeds, payments, related party. Those payments are not mandatory. And if the company needs the cash, they're projected but not mandatory. If the company needs the cash, it can postpone those payments as they are for related party transactions. The company is also seeking additional financing. And I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Vitullo, who will describe that process, and we'll be happy to answer any questions about the finances of the company.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me stand before you and speak about the matter. For the record, my name is David Vitullo. I'm the Senior Vice President of Finance and Accounting at Empire. As Scott mentioned, I'm here to review Empire's financial activity, past and present. And to help with this discussion, as Scott referenced, we did include 2 exhibits confidentially, and I'll try to reference some of those during my presentation. We talked about a little bit of that, but I'll go through a little more detail. The first exhibit is the P&L, as Scott mentioned. It starts with, at the very left-hand side, the year of the Aruze asset acquisition, 2023. It extends all the way to 2030. I will highlight a few key points. As Scott mentioned, we are projecting to achieve and maintain operating profitability in this year. Also, we are projecting double-digit revenue growth for all the years within the plan. And then lastly, just want to be clear, the growth for 2026 and beyond is partially fueled by incremental product investments utilizing the expected proceeds from the capital raise. The second exhibit is the cash flow. It is a 3-year cash flow projection from 2025 to 2027. I will highlight a few key points on this document. First, as you'll see, this document is showing that we assume we will successfully complete the capital raise in Q4 of 2025. The amount, I believe, is confidential. However, it's on the document, so I'll point you to where that's at. Just to be clear, if you look in the financing section, Q4 of 2025, the very first row is the expected proceeds from the capital raise, and that's where you'll see that. In addition, in terms of how we're going to utilize the proceeds that we're expecting to receive, the primary use or the initial use will be to repay. Yes. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the convertible note that's reflected in Q4 24.
That is what we're speaking to, yes.
Okay, so that's not happened.
Not yet, no.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just clarify how to read the document. When you see 2024 on the far left, that is just referencing what's right down below. The quarters that are to the right of that number are 2025. So 2024 is just showing the beginning cash position. Q1, which is the first Q1 in the document, that is 2025.
Sorry for the confusion. So yeah, others have the same question. So just to be clear, that 2024 is just referencing just the starting point for where cash is.
No,
And then the quarters
completely
move from
read
there.
it wrongly and thought those were, I was going to ask you about the actuals for, Q1 and Q2, but that would be 26 according to this.
That's correct.
All right.
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
Yes. Yeah. The quarters then feed the total on the right-hand side.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So we're at, so the first line in the financing section, which Q4 shown there is 2025. That's the expected proceeds from the capital raise that we're getting into at this point. The proceeds for that will first pay off the Fifth Third line of credit. And then after that, we will invest in new revenue producing products. Also, as you'll see on the document, we expect to achieve and maintain positive net operating cash flows starting in 2026. Lastly, I'd like to provide some additional comments on the capital raise. As we previously mentioned, we are working with an investment advisor that is well known in the gaming industry and experienced in the gaming industry. We think that's very important for the success of this process. The process is underway, and we expect to start connecting with potential investors by the end of this month. And our current timeline, as shown on the document, targets the funding to be completed by the end of this year. So with that, I'm happy to pause and answer any questions you may have for me on the financials.
I just had a quick question with respect to the last prior years. I understand, let me see where my notes were. For 22 to 24, there's been losses of operations, right? That were 4.6 million in 2022, 11.7 in 2023, and then 22. Where am I? It's on.
So losses from operations?
Yeah, for
So are you referencing off the document? The first document?
It's not, I'm not looking at your additional
Oh.
confidential one, just your historical. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at that properly.
So I'm relatively new with the business. I can speak to the current year, the prior year. When we get to the left of 23, I'm not as familiar with that. We can provide some additional information. I am happy.
Do you generally know if they've incurred net losses from operating activities from every year prior? Is that correct?
And I'm not sure what document you're looking at,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, if maybe I can answer this one. Yes, and
That's correct.
yeah, that's correct.
I just wanted to make sure. I
Yeah.
was-
apologize. I don't know exactly what you're looking at, so I couldn't answer that. So
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay.
I just, that was my understanding of the historical performance, and I just wanted to make sure I was looking at it correctly.
Okay.
Thank you.
one other point I can throw out, if it helps, is that if you'll see, obviously, from the documents that we included in the exhibit, there's a big change in operating activity from 2024 to 2025. And I will happy to say that a lot of that relates to the fact that the acquisition of the assets from Aruze happened at the very end of 2023. 2024, there was a lot of one-time activities, either absorbing the acquisition, being able to fund to operate the acquisition, as well as understanding what assets are needed going forward. So there's a lot of one-time expenses that occurred in 2024. That is part of the reason why you'll see a very big difference in operating activity from 24 to 25. In addition, from the document you see on the P&L, with the substantial increase in revenue that we're projecting from 24 to 25, the margin that's generated off of that incremental revenue is what's also helping us from an operating standpoint have a very different view of how we're going to operate as a business in 25 versus what happened in 24.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions about the financials? Otherwise, we can move on from that. Okay, thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Are you ready for questions now?
If I might just say one other thing, and that one of the concerns we have about the limitation on the license is the potential impact on the financing that the company's in the process of seeking. So that's one of the reasons why we believe if the financing is a concern, or if the financials are a concern, the financing will help with that, although Frank is prepared to step up and meet that number. But if we can, without the limitation, we feel very confident we'll be able to achieve the financing that we've projected here. With the limitation, it makes it more difficult. We still may be able to do so, but it does make it more difficult. With that, that's the company presentation. We can have Ms. Chu come forward and give you an overview of her personal background, or we can answer questions about the company, whichever you would prefer.
Let's have the questions. Thank you. Commissioner Solis Rainey?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Scheer, and thank you for being here, Mr. Fang. And I mean no disrespect, but I'll go ahead and use the terminology your attorney was using just to be consistent and refer to you as Frank and your wife as Terry. I appreciate.
Could you speak up, Commissioner Solis Rainey, for us down here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I appreciate you being here, and Mr. Shrek, I'm sorry, Mr. Scheer, I appreciate the explanation as to the financing of the prior transaction. And just to be clear, my concern previously was the interrelatedness, because of the interrelatedness of the operations and the financing and such between a number of companies. The investigation of the initial application took quite a while. At some point, the board agents can differentiate what was going on. So I think you had to withdraw your application and restart and try to show separation. When you were before us in 2023, I still didn't see the separation. And having looked at what you've submitted today, a lot of things are clear, but I still don't fully understand the separation. Who owns what is not a determination that is for us to make. But I do understand the concerns raised in the lawsuit. A lot of those mirror the questions that I had in my mind. And again, I'm not weighing in on the resolution. That's not for us to decide, but those same questions still exist in my mind. And when when Frank was before us in 2023, one of the, I guess, highlights that his counsel at that time made is that Mr. Fang is not beholden to any banks, lenders, or investors. He's financially independent. My question, I mean, obviously you've done a tremendous job raising money. I think that the Hawaiian Gardens really gave you a boost in terms of the real estate, but much of the real estate that is in the portfolio currently was a result of those Hawaiian operations. The threshold questions that I had is, what was the source of the investment? And I asked Mr. Fang directly, whether that was, I said, this $3 million investment, the source of funds was not for your brother. And he indicated that it was not. He said, no, there is no relationship with anybody. The presentation that you have given us, the documents that we've seen, are that there were in fact loans from his brother's company. I don't know if it was Paradise. I don't know if it was the LT Canada.
It's LT Game Canada. They're
Right.
Very short-term cash advances.
Regardless,
And
that's
that were paid back by Mr. Fang himself. So I think ultimately all of it came from Mr. Fang or from other third-party financing.
right. And, we followed up on that. I mean, that was an affirmative question to him. And I asked what the source of funds was. And he indicated that, let me look at the source of funds, he indicated was savings, which at that time I questioned because he did own one home in Nevada. And it certainly wasn't worth the $3 million that it was accumulated savings. He owned the one home, and I believe for a period of time was renting it to some celebrity of sorts. And then him and his family were living in a home owned by his brother, rent free, as part of, I assume, his compensation which again would tie that compensation back to LT Limited Canada. So that was the reason I was so interested in the source of funds for the initial $3 million investment. And much of it, the wealth that we see now and the success in, acquiring real estate and such has been a result of this Hawaiian card room that now I understand is no longer part of the portfolio. That was what was bringing in the significant amount of the business. What was the reason, Frank, that that contract has terminated?
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for having opportunity for me here. And so the termination of the contract is very simple because initially the previous service provider before F2, and then at that time they have licensing issues, so they have to be terminate their contract. That's why we're going through the bidding process. F2 got an opportunity, and when the time go around, their licensing issue being solved, then they reach agreement with Hawaii Garden, the owner. So that's why my F2's contract being terminated.
So it was similar to how you acquired the contract initially.
All right.
You went through the same.
They went through the same process.
Okay.
And then they prefer them. Yes.
Well, it definitely was a boost to you and financially. I mean, that was a huge boost on that. But, but Mr. Scherer, I mean, again, as I look back, even the investment, look back at my notes and to cover even in the initial operating expenses for Empire, they borrowed funds from LT Canada, in which Mr. Feng, as president of both companies, signed, the borrowing. So I didn't know whose opportunities these were that, has led to windfall for him. I understand he's, business savvy in terms of raising money, but the contradictions, I mean, I'm still not even clear about the companies and when they started, because what you told us, and I believe what you told us because you've been nothing but, a fine counsel, very forthright, is different than what the records show and what he had told us previously. So that's where I am as far as the company.
Yeah, I think ultimately, and we've gone through this in front of the board, I mean, in terms of the companies that were started, LT Game Limited came to the point where they did not want to devote their resources to pursuing stadium gaming in North America. That's when Frank set up his own company, because they were doing so well in Macau. They were so busy in Macau. Macau was booming, was the largest gaming market in the world. And so they were devoting their resources to Macau and asked Frank to find other distributors. He volunteered to set up his own company to be a distributor. That was LT Game International. Then an opportunity came up in Singapore. There was, Frank did not have the resources at that time to serve both Singapore and North America, and recommended Mr. Wong, who was someone he'd met through the chemical industry. They'd both been involved in the chemical industry. And Mr. Wong created two other companies, LT Game International US and LT Game International Australia, to pursue stadium gaming in those two jurisdictions. After Paradise entered into the agreement with IGT, give IGT the rights to distribute stadium gaming, Mr. Wong no longer saw value in continuing to pursue those companies. Frank bought those companies not from Paradise, but from Mr. Wong. And LT Game International US Limited is the company that ultimately became Empire. He changed the name of that company to Empire and then merged his own company, LT Game International, into Empire.
And I do understand that was what you represented, and I trust more so that that's accurate than what we've been told before. But just so you know, our materials also indicate that Mr. Chen moved to Nevada in 2012 to continue working for Chen in Paradise. And that it was Mr. Chen that created the LT Game International. I know he created the subsequent one. There's no question about that. That's consistent. The years are, they vary from the materials and what we've heard from people. But, there's just inconsistencies between that. So,
And I don't know if that's Mr. Chun's assertion, but certainly is not borne out by any of the corporate documents.
okay. That's what he presented in prior materials. And that's what at least the agents understood in their materials. So some of it comes from the materials that we've received from staff, and then some comes from the testimony. Mr. Feng, Mr. Ellison separated from the company recently, and I understand he relinquished his equity. And he had equity interest in several of your other companies. Is that correct?
Used to.
Okay, he used to, and he relinquished them.
Yeah.
How did he acquire the equity interest in the first instance?
Yeah, he acquired equity with the notes to the company. So when we do the cash call, when he left our company, we do the cash call, and he relinquished whatever the interest in the other companies.
Okay, I was just curious because I saw that he relinquished them. He didn't want to contribute any capital, but I wasn't sure how he received them in the first place.
Yeah, on the notes.
And I understand he left because he wanted to spend more time with family, was the explanation that was in our materials. Is that your understanding?
Yeah. The whole thing is the companies grow very quickly. As you can see, our financials, our revenues is growing very quickly, and we got acquisition going on. And definitely, we have a different view on how the company should run and what the skill set we will need. So yeah, we part amicably over there.
Okay. All right. And I think that's all I have for now with respect to the company.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver indicates that she has questions she would like to ask. Thank you.
I didn't really have questions. I just had really comments from reading this record. Because I thought that Chair Dreitzer was spot on in his explanation for detailing the reasons for a 5-year limitation and why it was appropriate in this case. So I just want to add on to his comments as far as especially the civil lawsuit that's going on in federal court. And I also want to dovetail on what my colleague, Commissioner Solis Rainey stated, because I spent a lot of time reading this investigative materials. I mean, this was substantial, this particular agenda item. And when I first started reading it, it didn't make a lot of sense what was going on between the different companies. And then I read the prior hearing transcript with Commissioner Solis Rainey's numerous questions, stating her concerns because they were a lot of my concerns as I was reading the material. It was critical to me that when she did ask this, and I'm going to dovetail on just what she said about the funds for his California acquisition, Mr. Feng answered her that he really got the $3 million from his savings to sell at the home. And he did mention Empire, but that's all he said. I felt that was completely different from what was later discussed and what was referred back to the board for clarifications. And then I felt the second hearing showed that, to me, he didn't appear, in my opinion, to be forthright. I thought he was inaccurate when answering Commissioner Solis Rainey's questions regarding the source of the funds for the California company. So in any event, I read both the 8th Judicial complaint filed by Empire against Paradise. I'm not as concerned about what you're putting forth here today about the interrelatedness. It does appear that there became a separation with Empire, and Mr. Feng did work that out. But I was extremely concerned with the federal litigation because once I read the complaint in the federal court, then everything kind of made sense about what was going on with all of these corporations. And so only one side can be right. I think Chair Dreitzer said, well, and I agree, this is going to take a long time to see who's right. Is it that his brother-in-law, Dr. Cheng or Mr. Chun, is just jealous of Mr. Feng? Or is this a case where, Mr. Feng resigns from being president of LT Games Canada in 2022, but has had Empire since 2016, and he's usurped, all of the trade secrets by hiring, there's 2 people, right? Mr. Ellison and Mr. Kiley, who are both named as co-conspirators in the federal complaint. And did, Mr. Feng hire these people under LT Games Canada, which Paradise owns, which his brother-in-law owns, which he worked for till 2022? And did they usurp the trade secrets, the games, and then allow Empire to, and then, by the way, he's using, it looks like LT Games, right? He's the president. He's using the funds to acquire this California acquisition as he's the president. So did he set himself up through his brother-in-law's corporations to become a direct competitor? I don't know. There are some serious allegations in this federal complaint. If they are true, then to me, Mr. Feng is not suitable, at least not in my opinion, because of all the allegations. If they're not true, then obviously this is all an exercise in futility. But it's very hard for us to make those determinations based on allegations in a federal complaint. And I'm sure you do have, I didn't see your answer and counterclaim in the investigative materials, but I assume that you have all kinds of defenses and counterclaims. It's just not something, I can tell who's right and who's wrong unless, discovery bears out. But there are things that don't make sense and make sense, so to speak, once you read that complaint. So I have a lot of concerns. And that's why I agree that a 5-year limitation is appropriate with the case, because you can't tell what's going on. This just isn't the forum. So I'm less concerned about is he going to make it financially versus all of the allegations in the federal suit, I guess I'm saying. So that's what I have to say.
If I might address that just to a couple of points. One, there was almost $3 million involved. The transfers from LT Game Canada were discussed in the prior hearing. I know the initial response was it all came from him, and ultimately it did. He paid back LT Game Canada with his own resources and with a loan. Ultimately
Okay,
did.
okay, but we're not talking about that, right? That
Two other points, if I might. If Paradise owned Empire, and that's their position, if that is their, first of all, they dropped that position in the federal court litigation. But if that's their position, then they misrepresented to their shareholders on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange when they filed their related party notifications. They can't have it both ways. Either they materially misled their shareholders on the Hong Kong Exchange, or they don't own Empire.
Mr. Chair, I'm not concerned about that part, about the Empire aspect. That's not even really my concern. My concern is his actions as president of LT Game Canada. He's the president of that up until 2022. And he is running that corporation. He's hiring both Kylie and he's hiring Allison, right? Now,
Yes.
One's an IT guy, one's a senior VP. They work for the brother-in-law. And then miraculously, now they work for him, right? And it appears what they're claiming in that federal lawsuit is that Mr. Feng and Empire are direct competitors now of Paradise. So I guess their theory is that, you know, he was in this position to usurp not only employees, but trade secrets and everything else to set himself up for Empire to then take over and be a direct competitor here in North America. Because as you've already stated, the brother-in-law didn't want to, you know, was in Macau, wasn't really here. He was the one here. Mr. Feng was the one here that knew the markets here in North America. So no, I'm not really concerned about Empire at all. I'm concerned about Mr. Feng's actions as they are alleged in the federal complaint of his maybe usurping and taking over and using his position as president of his brother-in-law's company to set himself up as a direct competitor. That's what I'm worried about.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, just to add to that, Paradise may or may not have misrepresented, you know, anything. They're not before us, and that's not my concern, just to be clear. I am concerned about what has been possibly misrepresented to us. And that's always been the source of my discomfort is that, yes, he may have paid that back, but he still misrepresented where it came from when asked a direct question.
Initially, but there was explanation later in the transcript.
After it developed, there's been inconsistencies about one too many things. So I don't feel that the applicant before us, it has been completely forthright with us. And, you know, I never, you know, had the opinion that Paradise had any kind of direct ownership of Empire, but I do share, you know, the exact same things that are raised in the lawsuit and that Commissioner Silver pointed out, is that I feel that there was maybe a usurpation of opportunities and you know, business opportunities, and as far as the trade secrets and such, I don't know, but of their business contacts and business relationships and stuff that given where the money was flowing to and from and who he was responsible for. And again, our materials are inconsistent. Sometimes it says he was an independent contractor. In other instances, it said it was an exclusive relationship. So I don't know where the truth lies. But the fact that there are so many inconsistencies and that we have not received, or that I don't feel I received a proper answer to a direct question. And there's been other instances where the picture that the applicant tried to paint with respect to even the longevity of these employees has been less than clear. And I feel that has been purposeful. So.
The last thing I just want to say, just to the trade secret question that was raised by Commissioner Silver. They raised that with regard to a couple of products. One is Golden Frog, their gaming device. That gaming device they didn't even start working on that, bless you, until after Empire had already created its Golden Frog Baccarat game. So just the discovery has shown that just in terms of the timing, there's no way they could have, if anything, Paradise took Golden Frog from Empire, not vice versa. Secondly, the other allegation was with regard to a card shoe. Empire has never actually marketed its own card shoe. It considered trying to create its own card shoe, but never did and never marketed one. So there's no, so those border on the frivolous in terms of those allegations, because they simply are not borne out by any of the facts. And then with regard to the exclusive versus non-exclusive, the agreements themselves say they're non-exclusive. So the source documents themselves. So yes, there are wild allegations that have been made, but those allegations don't have any basis in fact. But I understand your concerns. I understand you look at those and have to consider those. But I just wanted to make the record that the vast majority of the allegations have no basis in fact.
Commissioners Marcantonis or Kralik, do you have any follow-up for the company? We still have the individual.
I have no questions regarding the company from my point of view and going through all of the materials and what we have heard, and both from the Gaming Control Board here, this is an extremely, extremely complex situation. There's multiple cases, and again, from my eyes, this is very gray. I'm not comfortable at all, and particularly because we have some litigation that is not completely resolved yet. And it almost, my instinct would be, why would we even be discussing this until we had the drawing board much clearer to therefore make give some educated opinions. So, I know that we have still to talk about the individuals, and obviously this is not reflection on the individuals who have extraordinary academic credentials, albeit not necessarily in the gaming field, but extremely impressive otherwise, whether it's medicine or electromechanics or whatever. But no further questions on the transaction, Chair. Just those are my feelings and my observations right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kralik.
Chair Tagliati. No, it's very difficult to get my mind wrapped around this, and there really are different compartments, and I have focused on kind of the president and the financing and going forward, but the legacy issues really come down to not the financial, but to the suitability question. And and that's very hard for any of us to really, climb into because of the various things going on. I had the opportunity to listen to the rump discussions, and I know the Gaming Control Board spent an extraordinary time trying to put the money web back together, and they reached a conclusion that they were, comfortable and their separation, and Empire is not Paradise, and but again, that's today. So I think Commissioner Solis-Rini and Commissioner Silver have done an extraordinary job, looking at the suitability issue and the legacy issues and some of the representations, and it's something that's in my mind. Going forward, and Mr. Patullo, yeah, you don't need to come up, but you are from BDO and E&Y. Is that your background? No.
WMS and Scientific Games. So he's been in the gaming industry, and Dolores Carroll was hired from, has experience at BDO and E&Y.
Okay. I'm in, what actually pays my mortgage isn't this world. It's, working with small companies, raising money, and I'm actively doing capital raising now and convertible notes. And I'm glad you pointed out that, while I was looking right, I should have been looking left, because I thought you had secured the convertible note in the last quarter of 24. It's a lot of money, and I don't want to disclose figures and things that are in front of here, but if that's your convertible note need, that's a heavy lift. I mean, it's a massive lift compared to where the revenues are. Can I ask you, are you looking offshore? Are you looking in pieces? Something that size, I don't know what the valuation, well, have you done a 409A as
Yeah,
to your current operations? And again, I don't need precise numbers because that's not fair, but
Yeah, so we already engaged investment bankers doing all these things for us. And, again, Commissioner, I was more than my personal wealth, I think is more than that amount. Anytime.
it's similar to that amount. That was your representation. Your public statement
I'm see
was
the real estate,
25 to 40 million, I think,
the
was,
real estate, right?
which is illiquid,
Okay.
even
Yeah,
if you're
yeah, not
selling it.
liquid. Yeah.
But I guess my point is, did you have a 409A done on your company to get a valuation to bring to the market for someone to negotiate a convertible note at a certain price?
Not yet. We just started the process and we've identified about 150 potential investors. Nothing has gone out to them yet. It's going to go out. The teasers will probably go out at the end of this month. We have not taken it beyond that at this point. We do expect that.
Do you have a valuation in your mind what the company's worth? So when you do the convertible, the percentage that these convertible notes could represent are clear to you?
Yes, we do, sir.
And what's a percentage of ownership for those convertibles at the price I'm looking at here, or the amount raised here?
Thinking off the top of my head, I don't have the number in front of you. It's about 50%.
50%. It's almost change of control.
Well, there's a couple structures that we can do. So we put that on there just so you can see the magnitude that we're going after. It isn't 100% settled as to what the structure will be. Could be debt, could be equity. We're not exactly sure yet. We just started the process. So we wanted to put it there just so you know that that's the amount that we're going after.
Obviously, any equity or any change of control would require approval of the commission.
From
before-
us, I know, but you're starting out of the gate looking to do something that is change of control.
And I also will comment that a portion of that is for future investment that's going to drive future profitability. So a potential investor would be aligned with us in terms of our strategies and identify the value of what that is in terms of capital project going forward, and then work with us on the future. That's not all for working capital needs. It's for future investment.
And I don't want to digress, but do you have golden shares in this proposition, or they'd be on equal footing?
We haven't structured that at all. So
if I may,
yeah,
because that's a very Hong Kong kind of thing to do.
No, it's not our intention to change the control of the ownership. We're Golden Reason Fund, as Dave mentioned, we were using convertible bonds with the other tools and vehicles. So our intention is not to change the control of the company.
And I think Frank has said on a number of occasions, both in front of the board and today, that he's willing to put in his own personal funds. So if that number cannot be achieved, he's willing to put in his own personal funds to make sure the company can continue to grow.
And Mr. Scherer, I always appreciate your comments, but you would essentially need to liquidate your net worth to be that convertible note size.
If it was all of it, yes. But if it's half of it, then
well, if you don't
yeah.
raise your convertible note by the end of the year, what happens?
So currently, actually, I can report back. We are in a very good trajectory. We will be profitable even.
Well, it says third quarter this year.
Yes,
you will have EBITDA
correct.
of something.
We can sustain on that.
I don't want to be unfair. I mean, a lot of the red flags I agree have kind of put to rest, but there's just this residual, part of the legacy that it's hard to not be part of my thinking going forward and as I make a decision. So, the Gaming Control Board has made a recommendation, and it includes the 5 years, but it gives you what you need. And, it's a limited license, but it's a license to do all the things we're talking about. So the real rub here, totally get it. As a guy who raises money for small companies, it's hard enough to do when everything's perfect, but to have, And, I heard the words in the Gaming Control Board scarlet letter and, I'm not sure it's that dire. It's a hurdle. It's part of due diligence. They're going to listen to these tapes and they're going to hear it anyway. I appreciated the quarterly reports or something like that, but I don't know how burdensome that 5-year restriction really is when it comes to fundraising. And I think what I heard on, the meeting and what I've just heard today, that's a disagreement here, that you want us to, not put that as a condition. You have an unlimited license going forward, and, stay in touch with us if things change. But I'm not sure those pathways are so different. And, you are a good company. I've heard that representation. You've hired 300 people, 80 of them work here. You're in dozens of countries. You've sold thousands of units. I mean, that is all a great story. I want to help you. I want to encourage you. I want you to hire more people. I want you to sell more things. God bless you. You're in Nevada. Those are all wonderful things. And nothing I want to do here is to dissuade that. But our responsibility is to just make sure our licensees are in a good place. And there are just many moving parts, whether it's litigation that I have no insight into, and that's, anything can happen in a courtroom. Somebody told me that once who might be in this room. But the, and the convertible, it's going to be hard, regardless of, how lovely your operation is. That is a hard thing to do, and that's a big nut to fill. And I'm not sure if that's onshore or offshore. I mean, you've got a bank. There's going to be a lot of questions about where that money comes from. I would I would not be so down on that 5-year. I think it's fair. Judge Assad's words are bouncing in my brain, but I think the control board made a good observation. So, be about your business, go forth, do these things, but just because of some of the legacy issues that are real, even if you believe they're dismissed easily, they're real and exist and it's live. Your convertible note, I mean, these numbers, we all do pro forma projections. I have no idea. There are some big leaps, and between now and 6 months from now, your world's, rosy and blue. And I'm not, maybe, and I hope so, but I don't know that. So I know we've got more things to discuss, and I don't want to come to a conclusion here, but I think the control board was wise. I don't think it impairs you in the way, it doesn't make it any easier, but I don't think it makes it impossible or that much harder. And, that's kind of, there's going to be more discussions here, on people and things, but that's kind of where I'm coming out now.
Yeah, if I might, and just two things. One, if you look at the 2023 actual and the 2024 actual, you will see the big jump in revenue from 2023 to 2024. So again, the company has a track record. Yes, they've been losing money due to a lot of one-time expenses, absorbing the arrears they purchased, but there is a basis for expecting the growth in the revenues. So it's not.
What's the convertible? What is the convertible note going to do for you? Is that all working capital? Or the acquisition?
It's two part, right? One is we retire our current line of credit, and another is working for future development. Yes.
60% is for the line of credit, and then the remaining 40 is for future products going forward. 60-40.
And again, I don't know what's confidential, but the line of credit, is that a facility that terminates soon, or it's just expensive and you're looking to replace it as quickly as possible?
It is scheduled to terminate, but we are working with them within our process to extend it to the end of the process. So we'd have to either renew it or have it paid off as a part of the process.
And that renewal date, I assume, has your attention, and that's why you're doing this, but
Correct.
Whether next quarter, 6 months, something like that.
Yeah,
but that's just another red flag, if you will, going forward that needs to be tackled. Even, and again, I deal with banks, I deal with expensive credit. bank boards change, credit things change, treasury changes, interest rates do. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why under normal circumstances, this should be easily renewed, but they're not. Is that an onshore facility or
Yes,
offshore?
Fifth Third Bank, that's already been disclosed. So it's with Fifth Third Bank.
Yeah.
And Frank has already, you know, again, that amount Frank can step up and pay off if necessary. So, but I hear you. I mean, I hear all of you. I understand your concerns. And so we certainly are happy to move forward, and we think this is a good company. We think they've proven themselves over this 2-year period with a very good compliance record. We think over a 5-year period, they'll be able to continue to do that. So.
And I do too. I think you are a great company. It's an exciting company. If this works, it's going to be a really exciting company. And, you know, some of the other, you know, things that have been cited and Miss Terry, you know, you're a medical doctor, pediatrician. You have skills that I can't imagine. But again, it's legitimate to ask, how does that apply to, you know, what you're doing now in front of us? You know, so I mean, I can get past that, and you're right. You know, we found people to be suitable who've never touched a gaming floor. I mean, I don't want to be unfair. I want to be consistent, but there's still enough stuff floating around that it just makes it hard. And again, if the rub is the 5-year condition, I think that's okay and manageable, because anybody who's doing that convertible note is going to have the same concerns we have and same excitement for your future that we have. And it'll be incorporated into their negotiations with you. So I don't think it's the burden that you hope. It's going to be hard. Nothing like this is easy, but it's not something that's going to take opportunity away from you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. No, maybe I may just, first of all, definitely this is gaming license is a privilege, right? I'm very honored we can have this opportunity. Yes, I hear you all your concern, very legit. Thank you very much. But again, you know, for me, gaming to be just like the past 2 years, how we conduct our business, try to show the gaming control board, commission control board, we are fully compliant and capable. Yeah, I hear every your concern. Thank you so much. And definitely, I think, with the next couple of years, we can show you guys this company will be much successful and great, and be a very proud Nevada company in the industry. That's what I said.
We want you to succeed.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
If things happen in a wonderful way sooner, we'll see you before 5 years, that kind of stuff. But
yes, sir.
I do think the Gaming Control Board recommendation is fair.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, do you wish to bring Ti Hui Chu forward? Hopefully.
Thank you for the opportunity. So let me introduce myself. I graduated in 1992 from Shanghai Jiao Tong University School of Medicine with a bachelor degree in pediatrics. So in 1995, I joined Johnson & Johnson Medical China, a global cradle-driven corporation. Over the course of 22 years with the company, I held roles in sales, professional education, and marketing. I began as a sales representative and advanced into strategic roles within the marketing function. During this time, I was honored with a lot of company-level awards, such as the Marketing Excellence Award, Company Role Model Award, and Johnson & Johnson Growth Driver Award. Also, I was certified with Green Belt of Six Sigma. I also completed EMBA level executive training program. My cross-functional background has provided me with a deep understanding of patient-focused solutions, operational execution, and the corporate governance within a highly regulated global business environment. These experiences have given me a strong foundation in strategy development, organizational risk management, and ethical leadership. Skills that are directly relevant and transferable to regulated industry such as gaming. While industries may differ in product or customer base, I believe the core principle of effective business, including talent management, innovation, compliance, and profitability, remain consistent. In September 2023, I joined Aruzi Gaming Global, where I served in advisory and oversight capacity, supporting the company's strategy development and operational direction. I participate in shaping business strategy, reviewing financial performance, and ensuring all initiatives align with corporation objectives and regulatory expectations. I am committed to operating with the highest level of integrity and transparency, and to supporting the company's growth in full compliance with all applicable laws and regulatory frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here today. I will ask my colleagues in Carson City if you have any questions for the applicant.
I have some, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Terry, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. I don't recall if you were before us last time, but thank you. It indicates in your background that you worked for Solution Gaming Technologies. What kind of company was that?
Solution Gaming is my husband's company.
Right, but what?
I was just serve as advisory, roles.
If allow me to answer this question.
If you can just hold off for a second and let her explain what her role is. Our materials indicate that you were the Vice President of Development in 2021.
So I think that time my husband acquired a company.
I understand, but what kind of company was it? What was its business?
I think it's still gaming business.
I'm sorry, what?
Gaming business.
What did
For
it
the
do?
slot machine, something like that.
You were the Vice President of Development. So what did the company do? Did it produce a product? Did it sell a product? Did it develop software?
I think Solution Gaming was more of a payroll company. So she was listed on that company, but it was.
Yeah, so if you allow me. So yeah, Solution Gaming is a company set up to provide products and software development. The main purpose is to take advantage as a S Corp to offset my expenses, personal income tax. And at that time, when we bring Terry in, we plan to do some marketing and let him take some major role. But later on, because of we have 2 young kids need to take care of it. And she also has the frozen yogurt store need to take care of it. So she's a very short period of time serve at that role.
Ms. Terry, did you draw a salary from that company when you worked there?
No.
Couple months.
Couple of months.
I'm sorry, yes or no?
Couple of months.
Okay. And just for clarification purposes, just because it might be a typographical error, you have a Bachelor of Science degree in pediatrics, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that make you a medical doctor?
Yes.
Okay, and did you obtain that from Seneca College or did you ever attend Seneca College?
What is Seneca?
That is me, sir, madam. That's my postgraduate in Canada, Toronto, not Terry.
Okay. Our materials indicate that she obtained a diploma from Shanghai Jiading
Jiaotong University.
High
School of
in
Medicine.
1986. No, I'm just backing up. Our
Yeah.
materials indicate that you received your diploma, which I'm assuming is a high school diploma because it's a high school, from Shanghai Jiading No. 1 High School. Is that
Yeah.
correct? In
Yes.
1986?
Yeah.
And that you obtained your Bachelor of Science in Pediatrics in 1992?
Yeah.
So you
1992, yeah.
but you did it from the Shanghai Jiaotong University School of Medicine, not from Seneca. Okay,
Not
numbers indicate that it's from Seneca on one page and then the other one on the other page. So I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so in 6 years, you obtained your medical degree?
Yes.
Did you ever practice as a doctor?
Yes, 1 year.
Was that just omitted in our?
Yeah,
Because I
after-
show you went right to Johnson and Johnson as a sales representative.
But that was in 1995. I graduated on 1992.
Right. That's the first employment that we have listed for you is Johnson and Johnson. So
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
It doesn't much matter. I was just trying to understand. I didn't know if a bachelor's degree was the equivalent of our bachelor's degree, which
Mhm.
is a 4-year degree, but it does show that she attended for 6 years. So I was just not sure. Tell us about your current responsibilities with Empire or Aruze. I'm not sure which entity you're advising.
Aruze is a DBA.
Okay.
So the legal entity is Empire State.
Okay. With Empire, tell me about your responsibilities to that entity.
So I was the director and the secretary. So I go to the office like 4 days a week. So I joined the weekly senior management meeting and to remain informed on critical aspects of the business, such as production, timeline, sales performance, financial performance, something like that. Also, I attend compliance board meeting every quarter to make sure everything is aligned with the regulatory requirements.
And do you draw a salary from Empire?
No,
Are you compensated in another manner?
no.
Are you on the company's insurance?
I think insurance the same with my husband.
You're on it as a spouse.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners Marcintonis or Kralik, or both?
Nothing further to add from me, Chair.
Nor from me, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Silver?
No.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Scherer, do you have anything else you wish to present?
Just again to say that we hear those concerns, we understand the concerns. We believe strongly that the company has done well over these last 2 years. We believe they will do well over the next 5 years, and that you'll be able to be proud of them as a great Nevada company. We'd also like to thank Agent Kyle Gaudet, Eric Barthelme, Supervisor Olya Barbie, and the investigations team. We know this is a complex and difficult investigation. We appreciate their work on it. And with that, I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. At this time, do any of my colleagues have a motion to make related to, I guess we need to, I think, well, it depends on what the motion is. So I'll just wait and hear from someone.
Madam Chair, I would move for the approval of non-restricted item 7 with the 5-year limitation as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Madam Chair, just a question on the motion for clarification. Does that include the recommendation made by the control board for the regular reporting and updating?
I think we have the conditions, which include the limitation of 5 years, right? And then the reporting.
The lawsuit every quarter.
Every quarter. And then I'm sorry, off the top of my head, were there any other conditions, Madam Secretary? I don't recall any.
There's a compliance committee condition with a revolving fund of $50,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was 50, not 10,000.
I believe it was 50.
Okay.
But
50. I know there was a discussion of
Yeah.
100,000 as well.
We found it. It's in the disposition. Yeah,
Okay.
50,000.
I just wanted to make sure all that was incorporated into Commissioner Silver's motion.
Yes, she made a motion to approve with the conditions and as recommended by the board. And so I'll open it up for any discussion.
I just wanted to comment with respect to this application. I'm still not comfortable, so I won't be supporting the application, but I think that some of the people that have been brought into the company are great people, and it has my, I guess, vote in not supporting this application because I don't believe the applicants have shown suitability. Does not in any way, I don't want that to in any way reflect to any of the staff because I think they've been doing a great job with, you know, the day-to-day things and doing what they need to. So with that, I don't have anything.
I wish let me, if I could ask Tiwi, I want to back up and ask a question just quickly if I can, and I'm going to wait for the camera to cut to her so I can see her while I'm asking the question. Thank you. How comfortable are you conversing in English?
It's not my native English, but I can fully understand.
Okay. And so do you speak English on a regular basis? Is it weekly, monthly, daily, yearly? How often are you communicating in English?
It's daily.
Daily. The only reason I'm asking is because it's certainly not necessary for you to do so. And we could always, you know, we deal with language barriers all the time, and it's perfectly fine. I have rarely asked somebody what they do or what they did and not had someone be able to answer it. And so that is unusual, and to need your husband or your attorney to literally lean over you to the microphone to answer the question is awkward at best. It suggests to me that maybe you didn't know what I'm not sure how much work was actually happening in that role. And then when you're reading to us your duties, because they don't just come off the top of your head, I'm wondering, you know, currently, if that's because of a language barrier and you're just more comfortable reading it versus not knowing it, like the previous work experience that you couldn't detail for us. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, part is because my English barrier a little bit. And also for my character, I'm super, you know, introvert person. I'm always stay low key. It's hard for me to stand on the stage as a superstar. So that's another reason. But I still have a brain. I can see something behind the scene, and I give the constructive suggestions.
Okay. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, Ms. Terry, I had an opportunity to interact with you when you had menchies. You are by no means an introvert.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that was just a question that came to me, sorry, during our discussion and not before, so I apologize to leave our discussion, but does anyone else have any, of commissioners, excuse me, have any comments, discussion on the motion? There is zero chance that I would vote in favor of this without the limitation, zero. So I think just, we are a tough group when it comes to fast and loose answers and explanations later. That's just not how we, and it causes an immediate circumspection when there's a sense that we can't rely on what's being said to us and need a different lawyer later to clear it all up for us. That's not engendering of a strong sense of confidence that we shouldn't have this limitation in place. And so while it's unfortunate that that might impact, in your view, the financial aspects of the business going forward. Your clients do have all the wonderful things going for them and the company that was pointed out by Commissioner Krolicki. And I personally think that this 5 years is an opportunity, because there is no, I mean, that's the only limitation is time, right? They're not limited on their efforts and what they can accomplish in that time period. And quite frankly, if there are no further problems, they're getting the license today with the limitations. So they start with presumably a clean slate going forward from this minute. And that's all in their control, right? And so from this minute forward, with everything we've heard and the concerns that we have, they're getting a license, right? And so all we're doing is making sure that the burden doesn't shift to us in case there's trouble. And so they go forward, if this passes, with a license and a fresh slate to stay in compliance in every way possible, and to show us that that there's no restrictions needed in the future. And so in my view, I think this is a win for them, and I'm going to vote in favor of the motion that Commissioner Silver made. Anyone else have anything else to say? Okay, then I guess I'll call for a vote. All in favor of Commissioner Silver's motion, say aye. And I think we should do it individually because sometimes we can't hear you down here. And I know there's going to be at least one nay based upon what Commissioner Solis-Rainey said. So
Madam Chair, I'm
Tagliati.
sorry, Madam Chair, before we vote, can I just ask or follow up on one thing, just for the sake of the record?
Sure.
Ms. Cherry, I asked if you'd received wages from Solution Gaming Technologies, Inc., and your husband indicated that you had for a couple months. Is that correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Our records indicate that you received wages in 2021 and 2022, and they were not insignificant. So I just wanted to make sure that was part of the record. Thank you.
Okay, so all in favor of Commissioner Silver's motions, I'll start with myself, with the limitation and the other conditions as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. Aye. Commissioner Silver?
Aye.
Commissioner Krolicki?
Aye.
Commissioner Marcantonis?
Aye.
Commissioner Solis-Rainey?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you very much for being here and answering the tough questions. It's not easy being you today, but we appreciate it. And the good news is you have a license for 5 years to excel and succeed and be in compliance. Good luck.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So I believe at this time, we're going to take a short comfort break for staff and court reporter and the members of the commission. It is, I'm going to set a time certain. How about that? It's 1:24. Can we reconvene at 1:35? Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, we are back on the record. And if in Carson City you are prepared to proceed, then Madam Secretary, I would ask you to, that brings us to our restricted items. If you could read in restricted number 1.
55 LLC doing business as the Cantina by Eldorado for a restricted gaming license, and the application of Red Global LLC for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
And Madam Chair, I'd like to incorporate by reference my disclosures made in non-restricted items number 1 and 7 regarding Mr. Scher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Secretary, I'm back. Scott Shearer, representing the applicants today. I'd like to start by thanking you for allowing Darren Feinstein to appear by Zoom and for allowing Lyman Lamson and Christina MacArthur to appear from Las Vegas. This application is for a restricted gaming license at a bar and restaurant. This location was previously licensed with the same landlord and same neighbor. It is a second location for Eldorado Black 55, and Red Global has previously been registered as a holding company, licensed as member manager, and Mr. Feinstein has previously been licensed as the member and manager of Red Global. Mr. Lamson has on file an application for licensure as a key employee. So the condition that is on this item has already been successfully complied with. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Excuse me. In Carson City? Any questions or comments? Sorry, I can't.
Just one clarification, not that, I mean, that was clear in the Gaming Control Board, but just repeating from my notes that there is no relationship to the dispensary that's next door or within proximity.
There is zero relationship between the applicants and Mr. Feinstein with the dispensary, because we subsequently disclosed while the landlord entity doesn't own any interest in the dispensary, one of the partners in the landlord entity does have an interest in the publicly traded company that owns the dispensary. So there is some.
Oh, I must have missed that.
And I had provided right after the meeting, I'd provided.
You sent a letter.
A memo to, yes.
Oh, excuse me if I missed that.
So there is an ownership interest by one of the partners in the dispensary, or in the company that owns the dispensary. But again, there's no commingling of funds between the gaming and the dispensary activities. There's no, and this is a flat rental, there's no percentage rent. So this is, there's no money flowing from there's no money from the landlord or the dispensary flowing to the gaming licensee, which under the policy on marijuana, that's been the biggest issue, is ensuring that as long as marijuana is still a federal crime, that the funds for the proceeds of that crime are not flowing to a gaming licensee and arguably creating a technical violation of the money laundering statutes. So there's none of that happening in this particular case. There's no money flowing from the landlord or the dispensary to the licensee or to the applicant in this case.
Good. Thank you for the clarity, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Scher, thank you for being with us. I just had a quick question, and you may or may not know the answer, but the lease rate currently is significantly lower. It's less than half than it was to the prior tenant. Is there a backstory to that, or is it just really good negotiation?
I was not involved in the lease negotiations. Obviously, the prior tenant's business did not succeed, so I don't know if that was part of the negotiation. Maybe Mr. Lamson or Mr. Feinstein can address that.
Yeah, this is Darren Feinstein. Thank you for having us. Privileged to be here. There was a long lease negotiation due to the fact that the prior tenant didn't make it. I see myself twice. Am I coming in clearly with you guys?
You look just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all right. And so I think there's a later bump in year 2 or 3. The lease does get significantly higher. Should the venture be profitable, there is a lease bump. I recall that. Lyman has probably more specifics on that, but I do know that we wanted an inexpensive rent for the beginning.
Okay, I was just curious because I think yours is about 10 a month, and then it has a percentage alternative factor. And I think previously it was 24 or so. So it was significantly less. I was just curious as to why. So it's not relevant. I mean, I think it's a pretty clear application, but I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
And not a big question, but I was, when Mr. Scherer testified in front of the Gaming Control Board that, you know, there are two different units and they're treated separately because there's still only 1 meter. And I think I heard they just split it. Is that equitable? I mean, it just seems strange that one business would pay half of a bill that's probably not something they encumbered.
Well, there's actually a formula, so it's prorated. It's not just split right down the middle. It's and I believe that and Mr. Lamson can probably correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that the restaurant pays more of the gas bill because they have more gas usage, and the dispensary pays more of the electric bill, something along those lines. So they tried to take into account the usage and how the usage is increased when the bar and restaurant are there and when they're not there.
Good. Again, that's not very material to a decision I'm about to make, but it was just a interesting fact that you shared with the control board when they asked if they were, you know, two separate entities. Yes, but just shared a meter. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, but there's a formula.
A square footage formula, I think you
Square
had
footage
mentioned from
formula.
the Gaming Control Board. It was based on square footage, right?
It's based on square footage, but I think the rate is a little higher for
Okay.
for the gas and just based on what the historical usage had been.
So.
Commissioner Silver?
I think it was pretty clear at the board meeting that this wouldn't be used as like a lounge, and they would assure that that didn't happen. I'd read the prior transcript of the prior tenant, and he actually had security there to make sure that, I guess, his bar, you know, didn't have any lounge people from the dispensary. And I was just wondering, or at least just putting on the record, what steps that the cantina would take here to ensure that it didn't become a lounge.
And I'll turn that over to Mr. Lamson, who will be responsible for that. But I think the key is training the employees and making sure they know that marijuana use is not acceptable in the establishment.
Right. I mean, you know, you're over at a dispensary and then, you know, you get the munchies, and what's better than some Mexican food next door. So how would you know that?
Hello, Lyman Lamson.
Just curious.
Yeah, so we're going to have signage on the door, and then also we're training our staff to anyone that comes in with a J dispensary bag to
They stink
to
of
ask
pot.
to ask them to leave it in their car.
Okay. Well, I live in Centennial Hills, so I'm excited about a new Mexican restaurant. So thank you.
As a result of that, any other questions or comments in Carson City? I don't have any additional questions, so I would be calling for a motion if you don't have any. All
We
right.
don't have any additional questions, and I'm happy to make a motion for approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and is recommended by the Gaming Control Board.
Any discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you for being here today and for your patience until we could call your matter.
Thank you very much for having
Thank you
us.
very much.
We thank Agent Lombardo for his investigation of the matter.
Thank
you.
Can I ask, when is it going to open? Next week. Okay, thanks.
All right, this time, Madam Secretary, if you could please read in restricted number 2.
Restricted number 2 are the applications of Overland Gardnerville LLC doing business as Overland Restaurant and Pub for registration of 2 AM Productions LLC and Lupo and Me LLC as a holding company as noted on the agenda, and the applications of Tanya McCaffrey Mark Estee, and 2 AM Productions LLC for finding of suitability as a member and manager as noted on the agenda. The recommendation of the Gaming Control Board is for approval with conditions as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the commission, Madam Secretary, members and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore Craig, PC, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants as indicated for the record by Madam Secretary. I am pleased to introduce with me today at the podium Tanya McCaffrey and Mark Estee. And we would like to express our appreciation to the board for its professionalism and diligence in processing the applications, and in particular, Senior Agent Aubrey Wilson, under the direction of Special Agent Brandon Peters, Supervisor Julia Allen, and Chief Luke Rippey. Before the board and the commission are applications filed February 27th, as amended March 20, March 27, and May 8th for holding company registration pursuant to NRS 463-585 and NGC Regulation 15B-065 for 2 AM Productions and Lupo and Me. Findings of suitability of these two holding companies and their member managers at Sasso Limited pursuant to NGC Regulation 15B-190. And the individual findings of suitability under NRS 463-5735 for Ms. McCaffrey and Mr. Estes. These applications returned to you the registrations, which had a 3-year limitation expiring at midnight today. We have an affirmative recommendation of the control board with conditions that were fashioned there. We believe that the record was fulsome. Chair, if you wish, we can redo portions or all of the affirmative presentation, but we're prepared to rest on the board's recommendation, the record, and answer any questions you might have.
Okay, let me ask my colleagues. Does anybody have any questions starting in Carson City? No.
None from me, Chair.
I just wanted to, I recall seeing it, but I just don't remember what the current status was of the liens. I thought you'd paid
What is-
the tax liens.
What is the context of it?
No, the status.
The status of it. So do you have the PowerPoint in front of you? I
I
think.
did, like I said, I had so many materials for the last matter that my papers got mixed up, so, oh, there it is.
So
Yeah.
if you look at page 3 of the confidential PowerPoint, you'll see that what has been paid in full is the Reno provisions.
Yeah.
You'll also see down below a red arrow showing as to Reno Local Food Group a sum of money. And then you'll also see a yellow and a blue arrow, which relate to the trust fund obligations of Ms. McCaffrey and Mr. Estes. And then if you flip the page to page 4, you will see that the trust fund obligations have now been fully paid. And what remains for payment is that sum with the red arrow, which is the Reno Local Food Group amount that is now known, not on appeal, and for which voluntary payments are being made. We still do not have, since the board hearing, any engagement with a revenue officer. We are continuing to make the voluntary payments, and Ms. McCaffrey indicated that she's had the pleasure of sitting on hold for 90 minutes 3 times since the board meeting with no human being responding. So we are proceeding with some other ideas to try to get the government to pay attention to us, and we'll be doing so consistent with Chair Dreitzer's concern that we demonstrate good faith efforts going forward. Not that we think there weren't good faith efforts before.
Thank you for that reminder. I knew I had the handout. I just don't remember.
That's
It's
great.
in here somewhere. I don't know.
I just didn't want to
Paperwork, so I.
say numbers on the record.
Yeah, no. And I appreciate it. I knew there had been substantial progress. I just couldn't remember what the current status was. So thank you for reminding me. I don't have any other questions. I mean, I think there has been good faith from what I see.
And Chair Tagliati, I absolutely agree. I thought the record created by the control board was extensive and fair. The communication was there. The best efforts were there, but also with a check just in case. But no, you whittled that number down maybe by half if that's approximation. But no, I'm very comfortable with the recommendation, with the conditions, and just wish you all the best as you continue to chip away at that bogey and create a marvelous enterprise and restaurant and that people. I'm a Douglas County guy that people in Douglas County can enjoy.
Okay, as far as, I don't know that Commissioner Silver and I have any questions. I think the conditions, and the board was very careful to, especially condition number 3, in my opinion, super helpful. You can only do what you can do as far as making good faith efforts. And as long as you're detailing those in summaries of all oral or attempted oral communications, I think that's the best we could ask for. And so, along with your voluntary payments. So I'm in support of this application at this point and with the conditions as recommended by the Gaming Control Board. And I just need someone to make a motion.
Chair, I would move for the approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Madam Secretary and as recommended with all of the conditions laid out by the Nevada Gaming Control Board.
Discussion on the motion? There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Yes, and there are none opposed for the record.
So I'm sorry, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, could you please read in our next item?
Next, for your consideration, you have a stipulation for settlement in order, settling the claim for refund of gross gaming tax for the periods of September 23rd, 20 through August 24th, 2021, filed in the matter of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing various locations noted on the agenda, case number 24-02-RTR.
For the record, because I don't know if it'll cut out on the recording like it's cutting out for us, Madam Secretary, but this is the matter settling the claim for refund of gross gaming tax for the periods of September 23rd, 2019 through August 24th, 2021. The dates just, I know you read them, it just dropped off of our audio, so I'm restating it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Tagliati, members of the Commission, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. I believe Cannon Smith, General Counsel for NRSI, is present in Vegas, and so I will pause to let him make his appearance.
Thank you, John. For the record, my name is Cannon Smith, and I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc. And I'll let the Deputy Attorney General give the affirmative presentation.
All right. Thank you. We have a stipulated settlement for your consideration concerning NRSI's claim for refund filed on or about September 23rd, 2024. The board's tax and license, audit, and technology divisions have verified the overpayment of gross gaming revenue and determined that this claim for refund should be paid. NRSI has elected to waive interest on this claim. In addition, NRSI has agreed to offset the refund amount to recognize the significant amount of board agent time required to verify the refund amount. This means that the base claim, less the board agent time offset, will be refunded. This amount is reflected in paragraph 3 of the stipulation. I note that this claim for refund is NRSI's second claim for refund related to cashable electronic promotion amounts. The period for this claim for refund covers the time period prior to that claimed in NRSI's first claim for refund to the extent of the 5-year limitations period for claiming a refund. The period covered by this claim for refund is September of 2019 through August of 2021. I further note that NRSI has a third claim for refund pending concerning bonus jackpot payouts. The board is presently verifying the amounts for that claim for refund. The board has examined the current claim for refund before you today and determined it is appropriate to pay. Thus, the board has entered into the stipulated settlement for NRSI's second claim for refund with an agreement from NRSI that no interest will be paid and an agreement from NRSI that the refund may be offset to recognize board agent time spent verifying the refund amount. And we ask you to accept it as presented. Thank you.
I'll start on this matter. This is Tagliati. This stipulation that's being presented to us today is 100% consistent with the previous settlement of the previous period. And so, you know, that previous stipulation and settlement speaks for itself. It was continued for some adjustments and some agreements that benefit the taxpayers and in my view were in the best interest of the state. And we applauded you then for working with the board and Attorney General in making those concessions in light of the whole circumstances of how that came about. And we applaud you. I do. Maybe we don't, but I do applaud you now for you know, giving up what you have in light of the circumstances that brought us here. And I'm going to support this. So thank you. Does anyone in Carson City have any questions or comments?
Chair Tagliati, just quickly, I just want to acknowledge all the effort that's gone into this. I know I was one of the primary speakers when this first arose as an issue, and I did not imagine it would encumber hundreds of hours or 302 hours on this. So, you know, but at the end of the day, we needed to do what was right. You know, companies and licensees shouldn't pay taxes that are too much, and they certainly shouldn't pay that are too little. They need to be just right. And this exercise has been getting that. So I think it's fair. Again, I never envisioned the amount of horsepower that needed to go behind the clarification and you know, computation of these figures. But I appreciate that's all been done by the Attorney General's office, the Gaming Control Board, and Mr. Smith, your client NRSI. So just wanted to get that out there. I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Kurlicki.
And I would just echo Chair Tagliati's comments and thank you to NRSI for recognizing the extensive work that's required and for, you know, agreeing to the offset and the foregoing the interest. I think that's in everybody's best interests, and I appreciate that.
Commissioner Silver, anything else?
No.
All right. It would appear then that this is in proper form for a motion.
I would move for approval of the stipulation for settlement and order in case number 24-02-RTR in the matter of Nevada Restaurant Services et al.
Okay. On the matter that's before us, there's been a motion to approve the stipulation and settlement. Any discussion on the motion?
No.
There being none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And there are none opposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of NRSI, we'd just like to thank the commission, the board in general, the tax and license and audit divisions, and specifically Supervisor Jocelyn Mendez, who I think put in the majority of those 302 hours. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe our next item is an informational item.
You have one informational item. That item is the administrative approval of a field test of the TCS John Huxley Big Six Mega Money Wheel.
So this information, this item is informational only pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 14. No action or vote is needed, as it's merely to let the public know of this field test approval. Is there anything else that needs to be addressed?
No, that's all.
All right, thank you. That brings us to our next agenda item, the administrative reports. If we could start with Chairman Dreitzer.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Togliatti and the commission. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board will take place on August 6th, 2025. At 9 a.m., there will be 8 non-restricted items to be considered. At 2 p.m., there will be 10 restricted items to be considered. Following that, there will be 1 patron dispute to be considered. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything from the Attorney General today?
No, nothing today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair, just quickly, I just wanted to say thank you to the Attorney General's office and Diane Caruso for the information on Kalshi that was provided. Appreciate all the effort. I just had, I think they're benign questions, but just 2 fluffy questions on top of the issue. One is some of the timing. I think you're working with the Attorney General's office to identify outside counsel to represent, but I think there are some deadlines for discovery in November, but that timeline just seemed short to me, but you're comfortable that all of this can happen prior to November and some cutoffs for discovery?
Yes, I believe that the complex litigation division right now has been handling the matter, and it was an aggressive timeline just because they want to get an answer so that this does not continue to occur in Nevada if we can get a favorable decision in court.
And then my other just question is in the filing, I believe, made by the Attorney General's office on behalf of the defendants. The control board is listed by name and the Attorney General, General Ford, is named, but the commissioners are not. Is there a reason why, we are also defendants, we're not included in that?
Which case is that?
It is case 2:25 CV 00978 APG DGA document 30 filed 7/14/25.
Is that the crypto.com case or the Kalshi case?
I mean, I understand that we weren't named in the crypto case. Oh, you know what? That's exactly what it did. It is the crypto case.
Right. You were not
Thank
named
you
in
for
that
answering.
in the complaint, so.
Appreciate it. That's it. But again, I appreciate all the effort that's going on, and I'm delighted to see we got an update. Is it public information that
I believe so.
that the natives,
Right,
the
right.
tribes in
The tribe in Northern
California,
California, correct, filed.
more the merrier. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I believe that will conclude the administrative reports. So, Madam Secretary, if we could close with our last agenda item, public comments.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, I will first go to Carson City. Is there anyone present in Carson City wishing to make a public comment?
There is
Nobody?
none.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? There are none. At this time, that will close our public comment section, and this concludes the Nevada Gaming Commission meeting for the month of July. We are adjourned.